Mic check. 1, 2. What's up? What's up? Welcome to the show. In the building, Mrs. Hernandez. Testing. 1, 2. All right. We're about ready to start. This is the intro marathon. I'm just going to show some of the intros I've been working on. And if you want to see behind the scenes, you could go to Lordship 2020 on IG and you can see behind the scenes live right now. What's up, Mrs. Paradox in the building? Yeah. Y'all want to see how Lordship operates his show? Then I got a hidden camera in the studio. You'll be like a fly on the wall. Shout out to people in the room. This is behind the scenes. I'm live on YouTube right now because of the way. I did a lot of intro. I'm This goes smooth if I don't. I'm just talking to the people on the IG channel. So I'm ready. I want y'all to see Diet Melanin's outro. I know some of y'all have seen her intro for the church, but you got to see the outro. Now the intro was a lot of work. All of them are a lot of work, but the intro, I had to remix a gospel song. You know, I had to remix a whole gospel song and time stretcher vocals and stuff. Yeah, I'm sorry for going so late, but you know, I'm a late person. Yeah, welcome to the chat. Welcome everybody over in YouTube world. This is his lordship, and I'm using OBS Studio, and I'm using a guitar rig for vocal effects, vocal processing by Native Instruments, and I'm using the OBS Studio. It's a free open source software, and I also teach classes on OBS. So I know my headphones are in the way. Let me move them a little bit. Well, I can't give the game away. I can't let you see everything. So drink it. Listen, I'm burning some. So since I know people are in the I'll turn on the studio speakers so you can hear. But you might not be able to hear the music because you know it's on the internet. So if you want to hear the stuff, you have to go to the YouTube channel. What's up, Grandma? What's up, Dat 504? I'm trying to wait for a few of y'all to come in the house before I start this intro marathon. see here. Princess. This is how Lordship studio. Well, see if you can hang in there, Grandma. Oh, you can see better over here? Yeah, there we go. I adjust the light now. I'm moving it a little bit. So if you go to Lordship 2020 on IG, you can see behind the scenes in the studio, and I adjusted the contrast so you can see a little bit better. Okay? All right, cool, that 504. So the first ones we're going to start with is I'm going to have to put my mouse on my knee. All right. Oh, I need to put my mouse on something. And right on, somebody just joined my Instagram channel. Right on, right on. So first we're gonna watch Madiva's intro. She had four, but we're gonna show one. And then we're gonna show Tender Catering's intro. So let's roll. I don't think you're gonna be able to hear it. You won't be able to hear it on IG, but you'll hear it on YouTube. I turn the volume up. I think you'll be able to hear it. So let's roll with Madiva's intro. If you want to hear the audio, you got to go to YouTube. That was quick. Most intros are either 30 to 45 seconds or they're a minute and a half on average. Okay? All right, now we're going to go to Tender Catering. Oh, okay, here we go. Yeah, Tender Catering. She got her own channel. She's caterer, and she'll be going live and making videos since she already have stuff on her channel already. She's in the building. Shout out to Madiva. Madiva have taken classes, and she's gotten at least 4 intros and outros, and she's looking to do some more. Also, other people too. I don't want to put people business out there, but but today we're going to see divas, grown folks. We're going to see Diet Melanin's intro, outro, and I don't think anybody's seen the outro yet, only the intro. And we're going to see Why You Trippin's Why You Tripping Off Me's intro, and Lordship. And that'll be most of them, not all of them. But, we'll see Dice TV's intro. Yeah, he has a nice one. He showed it today. So I'm just making sure my files are in order. If you're on the IG, you can see me going through files. Let me see, what am I looking for? I think this is called Lordship's Grand Intro. Matter of fact, I don't even know where I just loaded that video. So give me a second. I did have everything set up, but at the last minute, His Lordship Futuristic Intro, His Lordship Grand Intro. So I'm gonna put that in the chamber for later. All right. Why You Tripping is down here. I guess this is the right one. All right. So let's move on to the theater. And shout out to everybody that's showing up in the room. You know, what's happening, Supreme, and everybody. Yeah, and please hit that like button. All right. We're about to get, I hope you got your Bluetooth speakers connected and your sound systems, because we're going to hear some of the loudest intros, like T Deadman's intro got a lot of bass. So if you got one of them big Bluetooth speakers or a surround sound system, or you're using a smart TV with the audio bar, now it's time to use it. Turn the switch on. It's going down. All right, from this point on, it's going to get really loud. Are you going to save this, Lordship? I love to watch it live, but yeah, I totally understand the time zone stuff. So this will stay up. This will stay up. And then if you want to look at the behind the scenes, that'll be on IG, because we're simulcasting. We're on IG and YouTube at the same time right now. One in the but I can see you waving. This is behind the scenes while I'm YouTube. Welcome to here or here. If you want to hear the audio, you're going to have to play YouTube background. All right. So now we're going to go to the next intro. This is the intro marathon live on YouTube. Intro channels, including my own. All right, here we go. Roll tape.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
Keith Deadman.
That was Mrs. Lordship on vocals. All right, next time I'm gonna put it on mute. I'm gonna put it on mute. My voice on mute. All right, let's roll with the next one.
Grown Folks TV.
You know, that might be the short version. Let me look and see if I have a longer version than that. Yeah, that looks like, let me see the edited version. Yeah, 24 seconds. Hmm. Yeah, I don't think I have the longer version of that. No. I don't have it on hand, but you get the idea. You know what his intro is like. Let's roll with the next one. Shout out to Grown Folks. And why is that playing? Not yet. Not yet. This one.
Benjamin's baby. Yeah. Benjamin's baby. Yeah. Benjamin's baby. Yeah. Benjamin's baby. Benjamin's baby. Yeah. Benjamin's baby.
We're going to run like that.
Benjamin's baby. Yeah. Benjamin's baby. Yeah. Benjamin's baby. Yeah. Benjamin's baby. Benjamin's baby. Yeah. Benjamin's baby. Yeah. Benjamin's baby.
Shot callers.
Yeah, man, that was dope. That was dope. That's the jam right there. It's actually time to it's time to reload the projector. We're gonna reload the projector. Maybe I need a wallpaper up when instead of having a blank screen right there. There we go. Load that wallpaper up there. Y'all can see what you can see me using from Instagram. Just to tell you how much concentration. Yeah, takes a lot of focus. Oops, what's that? No. What do I want to put? Oh, we can put that there. I guess the diet melanin intro and outro will be last because it's the newest, and we only got a few more left. I'm not going through all of them, just some of them. Making a stop for that future jazz. It's all good, Will. And you know, if you ever want to learn Observer, let me know. You can learn how to use Ableton Live. It's a great software. Oh, you like divas and diets? Cool, right on that. Yeah. Let me see here. Will, we could talk about it, but you might not like the conversation. Okay? But it's all gravy. And I'm willing to have that conversation, but I don't know if you're gonna like it. All right? But it's all good. It's with love, like Michael Jackson say. You know, it's all with love. So let's go into Lordship's intro. I think we all familiar with it.
I'm the magnificent.
Tell them what your name is.
Shout out to the people that showed up on IG. I appreciate it.
Yo, man, I don't think they heard you. Why don't you tell them what your name is?
Okay, if there's any hip hop aficionados in the house, you will notice one thing about me. I always have some classic hip hop sample in most of my intros. So this one had a lot of samples from Special Ed. I'm the Magnificent, and then he got it from somebody else. Of course, some old school artist. But yeah, every intro I do, I have, in Key Deadman's intro, there was Tupac and Two Live Crew. No, Tupac and Method Man samples. So yeah, different intros have different hip hop references and stuff. It's a little touch on everything, jazz, hip hop, a little touch on everything. And now because of the church of diet, I was able to touch on gospel, which was kind of cool. And I really have fun doing Diva's intro because of her song selection. And yeah, everybody's intro was fun to do and very, time consuming. I said Two Live Drew. It's all good. Thanks, Will. And what's up, Victoria in the building? All right. So we're gonna go into Why You Tripping? Why You Tripping Off Me? Let me borrow his intro. Matter of fact, he still owe me for his intro. And I'm gonna play that. Now, I don't know why that cut off abrupt. That's a trip. But I got a late entry for intros that I totally forgot about. Let me bust that one right quick.
And you know what you need? Is a soak in a bathtub. Put some bubbles in there with some Epsom salts. Get you some wine. If you don't drink, it's apple cider. Get you some fruits. Sit your ass in that tub and just relax. Because tonight at 10 o'clock, I am going to take you to ecstasy. I'm going to give you pleasure that you've never experienced before in your life. I'm going to take you to your grown and sexy. I'm going to make all you ladies feel so sexy tonight. Y'all going to want to put on some lingerie. Fellas, you might even get some tonight. Because I got some dedications to this song. So I hope to see y'all tonight in Lover's Lane.
I'm gonna make you feel it.
I'm trying to I'm trying to text Uncle Black in the chat room saying give him a shout out. Black Entertainment in the building. All right. So yeah, that was a last minute entry. That wasn't even up on the roster. Yeah, that was a little unexpected. Now I have these intros labeled. They are labeled strategically. And I don't see the one I'm looking for. But it is all good. Wait a minute. That ain't the one. Oh, okay. So, all right, let's get back to the theater. Deep concentration. This takes deep concentration, y'all.
You're watching DDM TV with your host, Dice.
He looks determined without being rude. Something heroic. There's a courage about it. Doesn't look like a killer. Comes across so calm.
You're watching DDM TV.
The lights, cameras, and action, glamour, glitters, and gold. I unfold the scroll, plan sees the stampede, the glow.
You know, sometimes I do these intros and I wish they were mine. I'm still to do something with the music. Like, if I gotta wait a couple of years, 5 years, whatever, those tracks I made, you know what I'm saying? Let's roll with the next one. And you can see what I'm doing behind the scenes on Lordship 2020 on IG.
Money isn't everything, but everything is funny. And when you get some money, people tend to act funny. It's hard to find a beat today who doesn't like the honey. So keep your mind right, or you can't do nothing for me. Money is the root of all evil, so to speak. They keep a man broke, they control the things he need. If I cannot succeed to be a better man, indeed I must drown in my beliefs to hit the weed. Yeah, money on my mind. If I haven't made a point, you don't need a prescription if you want to hit the joint. Take away the fame, and all you got is faces. I don't want the lifestyle, just give me what it chases. Can't find the money, but it's everywhere I be. Bodyguards, paper chairs, and people on the sleeves. Never had to fake it yet, humble on the grind. Now I got a wife and kids with dollars on the mind. Money in the air, just don't mind. Money doesn't lie, people lie about the money. They cry nothing funny, they throw it all away, buying cheese and bologna. They hate and ignore me, till I get the key to the money. The money, the money, they all wanna know about the money. The money, they all wanna know about the money. The money, they all wanna know about. They like me when I'm phony on the photograph. Don't ask me for a dime or my autograph, just to get chummy for the money. Everything shines when it's sticky like gummy. Nobody cares when you pour broken lowly. Got to get the lettuce and the cheese working for me. Call me Mr. Freeze when I walk in the door. Money so cold, it's beyond my control. Never been flashy, but I let a little show. Cause my car is never new, though it's classy on the road. Park it on the curb, cause I'm walking in the sunny. Money on reserve, making paper never funny. When you out there on the street, they playing keep away. Money so tight that it's falling through the cracks. If I strike a wrist, they'll be falling for the stacks. Plus nobody knows where the needle might drop. One day you underground, the next you for the money. Then they don't think you you so hot for the money. The look on your face when it stops. Keep it in the air. Money doesn't.
All right, that was a newer Lordship intro. Let's roll with the next one.
Come on. Come on. Put your emojis together for Auntie Miracle B.
Yeah, yeah. Maribel Hernandez in the building. Scorpio 16 in the building. Thanks, Scorpio. Yeah, Auntie got one. See, people, this is why I'm doing the marathon, because we don't know who all got one. And there's more. I'm just showing a few here today. And the grand finale is the last two I made because those are the newest. But shout out to Diva for using hers. She's using hers. She's the most Diva and Dice. They've been using theirs consistently, and it's all gravy. You know, the more decorum, the more professional we are, the more we create our own, our own canal, to maneuver. Like we create our own little avenue. It's the same as like BBC and CBS and CNN and Fox and all of that stuff, BET. So yeah, I think that, see, I deliver these videos in different ways. I only have one on this computer. I only have one Diva video, and I played it. But her outro is really nice. The one with the the one with the lips on it. And if you watching behind the scenes, you can see that I'm searching through my files and I don't see it. But she did make it to the playlist. The intro did make it to the playlist. You know what I'm saying? So I have these things labeled. Very well, very well, very well. All right. We'll do it like this. We'll do it like that. Nope, I'm not playing that. Okay. Here we go. Let me see what y'all saying, because I think this is the moment we've been waiting for. Shout out to Lordship on the real. Right on. I'm sure the passes will. Oh, definitely. Oh, yeah. I'm looking forward to everybody, because it kind of, like I said, it kind of moves us to the left a little bit. You know what I'm saying? And it unifies. I'm trying to do something positive in this sector. You know. Check my IG. Um, okay. I'll check my IG while I play this video intro. All right.
So before we get to what you came here for, it's about that time where we open our doors, welcome new people like Jesus said. After all, it's the Sunday. So if we have any visitors here today, we'd like you to stand to show your face.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Church of Diet Melanin 45.
Will, I don't copy other people's styles. I don't listen to other people. I'm not a you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to listen to a song and make a song like that song. I'm sorry. You know, I don't even like making commercial music. But this original song was a ballad by Tamila Mann, and it's a slow ballad. It was only 53 BPMs. My song is 120 BPMs. So I had to time stretch her vocals word for word to make it match the beat. So this song is a total remix of the original song. There is no version of this song on the market that sounds like this, and it sounds nothing like the original. All right. And that was me on the grand piano, but I don't know how to play the grand piano. I just told the computer to turn her vocals into piano, and then I made the adjustments. You know, I snatched her vocals off the original song and made it an acapella. And once I made it an acapella, I could tell the computer make her voice a bass, piano, anything. And then you make adjustments from there. So, no, my voice is, I know how to, you know, there's a guy who passed away not too long ago, but he did the movie announcements, you know, the narrating for movie trailers. And I know the technique that he used to make his voice like that. And so I use that same technique for the intros and the outros. So that was my voice. All right, here's the outro you're gonna see here first before you even see it on the actual show. So this is Diet Melanin's outro.
I say, come and confess your motherfucking sin. Sound boy, there's no hoe.
Yeah. Let's talk about that outro. Uh, oh, thanks, Bobby. That song had samples from MC Breed. It had samples from Nine Inch Nails, the song Animal, which I'm going to remix tonight. It also has samples from Mad Lion, Shoot to Kill. And it also had a real authentic military air raid signal in the background. I'm gonna play it again. Now that I told you that, I think let me make sure. Yeah, I'm gonna play it again.
I say, come and confess your motherfucking sins and repent. Sound boy, there's no need to worry. As long as I got my nine, I keep you by my side for you. So you don't have to worry at all.
Diet Melon 45.
Yeah. You can get this motherfucking work, hoe.
Yeah, Diet. She was even able. Her and Sam were able to fly out here to the West Coast to actually do the vocals in person. So, thanks to the generosity of the viewers, that was, you know what I'm saying, that was cool. Yeah, Diva came by the studio too. She was able to do her vocals here. Will like, for real? I can see his mouth open. Really? Nah, you know I'm kidding, man. I'm kidding. So, what I want to do is because I think I'm gonna show one more thing, and then we're gonna take some live call-ins, and you can speak on you can speak on what you saw and what you like, whatever, but you have to call into Lordship 2020 on IG, and I think Uncle Black is gonna be first, but I want to take a moment to show you something. So if this doesn't crash, it should be all good. Okay, this is something I did. This is something that I did with just a iPhone. And when I shoot music videos and short films and whatever, I only use an iPhone. And sometimes I use my iPad for the audio. And I have all these fancy electronic gadgets to put the phone in to make it more like a motion picture camera. So there's a guy who made a movie called Insane. It was no, not Insane, Unsane. The same guy who made Ocean 11 made a movie called Unsane. And he used the same iPhone model I used and the same app that I used when he shot that movie. And he said, this is the future right here. He said he's going to stick with that. So anyway, I want to show you something that I shot with the iPhone using Filmic Pro. Filmic Pro even have one of my videos on their website. Here we go. All right. Okie doke. Let's see here. That was filmed at the Palace of Fine Arts, and I did my own custom color treatment, and I did all the color treatment for that, and I used a 3-axis gimbal called the Skylab with my phone, and then the music was produced with Ableton Live or probably Cubase, and all that stuff. And my son he did a summer job, and they were having a celebration for the end of the summer. So I just went outside to do some filming while he was inside celebrating with the other students, and they were having the ceremony. So I'm the type of person that keep cameras and stuff on me at all times in case the mothership land or, an invasion or something spectacular happen, I can capture it. You know what I'm saying? So I said, the Palace of Fine Arts is beautiful. I don't know when the next time I'm going to be here. Let me start filming. And so that's how I got that footage. So if you want to see what the Palace of Fine Arts really look like, feel free to Google it, and then you can see how much treatment I put on the color to get it to look the way it did. Because that place is in America, it's in California, but it really felt like I was in a foreign country, when I was done with it. But yeah, thank you. Some of those statues had fell and they brought them inside the building, but the cool part is you couldn't tell that they were inside the building. So I filmed outside and inside the building. Yeah. Yeah, you could call in after black. I'm gonna make sure the sound is just right. Um because I want to be able to hear. I don't want to hear a delay of the caller, and I'm going to use IG for call in. So I'm trying to decide: should I hotwire it in, or should I use just the open mic? So that's what I'm choosing right now. I just added another mic 2. I'm going to add a compressor gate to that. But mic 2 is going to be on mute because I don't know if we're going to use it. So let's see here. Let's see what's up with Uncle Black. If you there, call in because I don't see you. I know you on my other channel. Oh, there you go. Yeah, so hold tight, y'all. We're going to see what's going on here. I really enjoyed these intros. I enjoy doing these intros. I hope you enjoy watching the intros. One, two, 1, 2. Can you hear me? All right, let me turn you up. If this not,
How do I sound? Mic check. Yo, yo. Sound a bit.
we're gonna have to ask the people at home. So
I'm in the.
can you listen to yourself and see?
Wait, hold on.
You're gonna have to say something, then listen to yourself back.
All right, so I took the headset off. I think you hear me better now.
Oops. I think you might be good.
Yeah, that sounds much better. How's everybody doing tonight out there in Lordship land? How you doing, sir, Lord?
Oh, I'm chilling.
Davis Jackson.
Yeah, ask them, can they hear all right?
Yeah, I heard myself. It sounded all right to me.
All right, cool. I think if I hardwire you in, I won't be able to, I won't hear you unless you're on, I listen on the playback, and then that's going to be hard to have a conversation.
Now, you know what it is? Every time I go in, I'm sure you're getting feedback.
Say that again.
So, yo, let me say this, brother. They observing puff and stuff.
Oh, good. All right.
Those are some really diet, nurture diet. That was nice. And then the Blacktronics one on the classical tip, that was sweet. I can really appreciate it works.
Oh, thank you.
Sure. And I like the direction you're going. Lane. Like kind of traveling alongside sector.
Oh, but thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, man.
And don't mind me, I'm just doing some technical stuff in the background.
Oh, okay. Well, don't let me stop your show, brother. I just wanted to call it and work.
Well,
So, yeah, I'm way up here in the stratosphere, satellite dish, orbiting planets. But I just wanted to outer space. Yes, sir. We love you out here in the galaxy.
Well, I appreciate it, man, because I need that positive reinforcement, and it makes me, work harder and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? It's very, very inspiring when you have your peers giving you some acknowledgement. So I really appreciate that.
Yes, sir. Keep up good work, my brother. But yeah, you know what? It's funny because I think, you know what? I had just tuned into the show, and you know how you play your extended intros. And then right when I was like getting comfortable, I hear LJ's voice on the and I'm like, oh Lord. But then it's his lordship show. So don't let me interrupt the marathon.
No, was that that was the animation though, right?
Yes, that too.
Yeah, I don't use that as an intro. That was just a joke I threw in there.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a joke. I don't use that as a regular intro or anything.
Right. Well, shouts out to everybody in your live stream at this diet, HR observing stuff. We'll see that 504 girl assistant
executive director of Sip Nation. I'm sipping too.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you.
Big Clay.
Hold on one second.
Scorpio 16, Bobby Blindy. Shouts out to everybody. Yes, sir.
Oh, good. Well, I know why you're going in and out because I have a compressor gate on the mic. I'm finna cut that off, so now there shouldn't be any more issues.
Patty Paradox, Mighty Bell Hernandez. Shouts out to the whole world. Victoria Owl. You know, I just wanted to make sure to get everybody in there. Callie Jovi. Donna Harris. But yeah, brother, I just want to let you know I'm still out here, man. I just kind of, dipped out. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I feel you.
I had to dip out. I had to ranch dip with the chips in the wet and get on the ship.
So, what did you think of the being able to watch behind the scenes while the show is live? That's something that I just added. I don't know if it's going to work.
No, that's good. Like, you always want to multi-stream because you never know the different demographics and audience you could draw from those different platforms. Oh. I know when I saw the IG, I went over there while I was still here on another device.
Yeah.
But IG is more like up to the moment. This YouTube shit is more kind of people will catch on and then they'll rewatch the replay.
Oh, I got you.
Whereas IG motherfuckers want to be, if they want to be there, they're gonna be there.
Oh, I got you.
Because you know how like some people are more active on IG, but they bring it over to YouTube. You feel me?
I got you.
Some people be way active on IG Live, and then it kind of work. Okay, look. Remember Nature Boy? Remember when he left YouTube?
Yes.
Remember, Nature Boy started out on Facebook. He started on Facebook with his love streams. Remember that?
Yeah.
And then he went to YouTube with Carbonation TV.
Yeah.
But then when he discovered IG, here's where he left YouTube. He discovered IG, and then that's when DU recording was popular. It first popped off, remember?
Yep.
And people were live, they were multi-streaming his IG live stream straight to YouTube.
Yep.
And he was like, fuck YouTube. He was like, fuck YouTube. YouTube is just going to send people to my IG, and then, the pimping and pandering continues.
Yep.
But now, if you look at how with this shutdown, bro, the whole shutdown, the lockdown has created that same pattern or paradigm or blueprint that Nature Boy was doing 3 years ago, where motherfuckers is going IG Live now to do their versus battles. Am I wrong?
Yep.
And people are multi-streaming that shit to their YouTubes. Anyway, let me take this business call, but it was great talking, brother. Maybe we can continue on, but please play some more of that His Lordship intro marathon. Peace.
All right, cool. And on that note, I'm going to play Dummy, the new hit song, Lordship and Uncle Fester together.
Dummy, 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 dummy. Dummy, 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 dummy. Under your car, bitch. Try to get.
The motion will not be televised, but it will be digitized.
Fuck you. Right up, you stupid child. I ain't got time. Oh. I ain't got time. You stupid child. Dummy, dummy. motherfucker, try to get on. Dummy. 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 I'm not at this point. I'm not stopping. One more. Let's get in here. Dummy. 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 Get over. Get over. I ain't even gonna worry about it.
Yeah. You hit my
And they hit my luckily they hit
it really don't have a title. It's called Dummy for now. It don't really have a title, but since you say Dummy on the hook.
Dummy. 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 Hit it, dummy. Hit it, dummy. Hit it, dummy. 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 You stupid child. You hit my.
You know, if she started rapping, she could be the next Trina. You know what I'm saying? She could be like Trina and Future mixed together. Cause I put that little Future effect on the voice. She could be Trucher or Frina. You know what I'm saying? Come out like as Frina and sound like Trina and Future put together. Like have the Trina rap style but with the Future voice. Let me put this compressor back on for you hear me wheezing and shit in the background. Nasal clogs and stuff. Yeah, I hear you. But that's my new jam, the dummy track. Tonight I'll be working on a remix for Animal by Nine Inch Nails. I'll be making my own version. I'm gonna take the acapella off his video. You know, I can make anybody sound like sound if you can make C Murder sound good, you can make anybody sound good. Between C Murder and Biggie, because Biggie he wheezes and breathes heavy, and they cut all of that out of the audio when he rapped. Those engineers, I'm sure those engineers got a Grammy for editing his vocals. And then Eazy-E wasn't a rapper, but they edited it so well, and they told them they did it one phrase at a time, one sentence at a time, you know. And now you got country singers covering Eazy-E songs. Yeah. So yeah, if anybody want to call in live, they would have to hit me on Lordship 2020 IG. Other than that, I'm not using the Hangout or anything like that. And the house is quiet, so you would have to watch your language. But other than that, it would be cool. If not, we could just chill out. Yeah, you see how the tables turn? You see how life imitates art, and then art turns around and imitates life. You know, and before you had to be a real rapper to be a rapper, but now you got to be a real thug to rap. You know what I'm saying? Now, actors don't have to have a criminal background, but they can play a criminal. They can make a whole career out of playing a criminal or a dope fiend. But when it comes to rap, for some reason, they want you to have a criminal past if you talk about crime or talk, you know what I'm saying, or the streets. They want you to really be from the streets. But everything else, you don't have to do that. In all the other art forms, you know what I'm saying? That's a trip. But yeah, shout out to everyone that's came through, that's still hanging in there, and those that's dropping in and out. I did achieve my goal by playing several intros. That's what I really wanted to do. Yeah, I mean, if you really doing dirt, you don't have time to make music, you know. But I will say, Johnny Cash, nobody has done it on Johnny Cash level. There's not one gangster rap group that did it on Johnny Cash level. The Poison Clan came close, but Johnny Cash recorded an album live in Folsom Prison, and that has not been repeated by anyone. Johnny Cash, and before the gangster rap category, there was some thuggish, ruggish country music out there. You know, where they would call women's heifers and all that stuff and rap about drinking and their money and their trucks and their property and their horses. So Johnny Cash recorded in Folsom Prison live and released that record. So I'm waiting on 50 Cent or somebody to record an album live in Angola or somewhere, okay? It's not happening. Have a live concert and sing somewhere, okay? It's not happening. Johnny Cash did it though. He had street cred. All right. I'm not sure what he went to prison for, but he did record a album in prison. And Petey Green, that's another real one. Petey Green, he wanted to be in broadcasting. There's a movie about his life played by Don Cheetah, which is interesting because Petey Green was light-skinned and he likes to perm his hair. But Don Cheetah played him very well. Even though they don't look alike, Don Cheetah really played him very, very, very well. It showed his acting skill. Petey Green wanted to work in radio, and he said, "Yo, can I, get a job here?" And he said, "Sure." But then Petey Green got arrested, and I guess he got arrested by the station. But he saw the manager of the station, and the manager said, "Well, when you get out, look me up, and we'll talk. When you get out, we'll work something out or whatever." But I think the manager of the station didn't think he was ever getting out. So when Petey Green got out of jail, he went by the station looking for a job, and the manager said, "Oh, you wasn't serious? I didn't know you was getting out, or you didn't take me serious, did you? You was going to jail, for God's sakes." So Petey Green protested the radio station. He said, he had picket signs and everything. He said, "This man is not a man of his word." He said that I can interview for a job here, or I could work here, and now he's reneging on the deal. He said, "When I get out of jail, we could talk, and I'm protesting this station," right? Oh, okay, cool. Thanks for looking that up. But he did record a album in prison, and it didn't have nothing to do with his prison sentence. He just had, they loved him so much that they allowed him to record there, and there was no riot, there was no drama. Anybody else to do that, it would have been a riot. Yeah. So Petey Green eventually, to stop him protesting in the bad publicity, they gave Petey Green a chance. If you think Howard Stern was big, Petey Green was the original Howard Stern. Petey Green, after he started on radio, his manager was very, very ambitious. His manager was so ambitious that Petey Green went on to public television also. And if you think that George Jefferson or Sherman Hemsley was the first to use cracker and those words on his TV show on the Jeffersons, well, he got it from Petey Green. Petey Green had all kind of colorful words for black people and white people on his radio show. And he chain smoked cigarettes, and he spoke from the heart. He had the respect of DC, which is one of the largest radio markets. Matter of fact, he had and this is all off the dome. He was so liked in that market that if someone said, "Look, man, my son, he could play. Look, he's got all these awards, playing from elementary, junior high, high school. My boy is talented. I want you to take a look at him. I want you to see what you can do. I would really love my boy to get into the NBA." Petey Green looked at him, watched him, said, "You know what? You're right. I'm going to talk to somebody." Petey Green got somebody into the NBA. Petey Green has gotten people elected in politics. Petey Green would have black politicians, sit on his public channel, and he would ask questions that regular television wouldn't dare to ask. Petey Green would ask these questions because he know what goes on behind the scenes and stuff like that. He did like to chain smoke, and when under pressure, I think he liked to drink. So one day they had a riot there, and he promised the city that he would bring James Brown to town for a concert if they stopped rioting, and the whole city stopped rioting. And then when he announced James Brown at the concert, he was filthy drunk. He was just drunk, MFs flying everywhere. And then, like I said, his lawyer manager was very, very, very ambitious. And his manager managed to get him all the way up to the Johnny Carson show. Now, Petey Green really just wanted to do radio, and he was happy with that. That's all he wanted to do. But he made it all the way to the Johnny Carson show. He didn't see any black people in the audience, and they were looking at him, and he was getting his moment to do his jokes. And they were looking at him like, yeah, do that black thing you do, do the nigger thing, right? And Petey Green looked at Johnny Carson, and this was on live television. He looked at the audience. He said, "I ain't nobody's nigga." And he walked off the Johnny Carson show and did not perform, and that did not ruin his career. Now, here comes if you thought what I said earlier was a surprise or crazy, here comes the real crazy part. Petey Green is the one that brought Howard Stern to the world. Howard Stern was a regular guest on Petey Green's public television show. And Petey Green, he didn't care. You know how some of these YouTube people are like, I'm just doing me, I'm being me, I don't care what anybody think, I ain't gonna put on for nobody. Well, Petey Green had a thing about watermelon. He was like, I don't know why people try to be all uppity when they eat watermelon. This is how you eat watermelon. He took a knife and cut it in about 4 pieces, and he would pick the whole watermelon up and eat it. He said, you don't eat watermelon by cutting little squares and stuff like that. You eat it right while it's on the rind, and you eat it all the way down. So he would eat watermelon live on television. He was the first to rap on television, to do rhymes. He would rap at the beginning of his public access show, sitting in a straw chair, the same kind of chair you would take pictures of when you're at a nightclub holding a piece of wood with your zodiac sign, or you sit the piece of wood above your head and you sit in that chair and take a picture with your zodiac sign. But yeah, now I haven't got to the punchline yet. Here's the punchline. Petey Green used to let Howard Stern be on his show in blackface. That's right, blackface. So he got his Negro passport a long time ago. And now you understand why he do the type of shows that he do and why he sound the way he sound. He actually reminds me of Petey Green. He's just happened to be a different man, a Jewish man or whatever. But Petey Green and Howard Stern, there wasn't that much difference, except Petey Green was black, so whatever he say wasn't really offensive. You see what I'm saying? And he spoke from the heart, and he had a rough life. But and the lady that's Howard Stern's manager or producer of the show, she was his producer back then, and she's still with him today. This is a black lady. So yeah, Petey Green married a lady, and became pretty much the main person in Radio 1. Radio 1 would have been nothing without Petey Green. And then from Radio 1, TV 1 came, which is Petey Green's ex-wife. Petey Green's ex-wife is the head of TV 1. And if you want to see a good movie on Netflix, if it's still there, it's the Petey Green Story, starring Don Cheetah. And I'll leave it at that. So what else is cracking? What's up, Auntie Miracle B? What's up? We played your intro earlier. We played your intro in the theater earlier. I'm just looking in my files. Oh, okay. Yeah. We played the Miracle B intro. We could run that back. As Uncle Black would say, we could run that black.
Come on. Come on. Together. For miracle.
Put your emojis together. Instead of put your hands together, put your emojis together for Auntie Miracle B. You know what I'm saying? I really got to search on here. I got files all over the place. It was hard to find everybody's video because some videos were sent via Dropbox and some stuff went through WeTransfer. Yeah, that's Busta Rhymes and Janet Jackson. I really don't like sampling though. I really don't like sampling. But I know that sometimes they get the people going. We played Medivas and we played Tender Catering and we played Divas. I wish I could. I played her intro. I wish I could find her outro. I'm looking, but I don't see it. Yeah, that's the Janet. What's the name? Janet. Busta Rhyme thingy. Well, here's one. I don't know if she played it yet, but this is one diva outro that she gonna hit you with. Don't tell her. Don't tell her I'm playing this. All right? She might get mad at me. All right, this belongs to Diva. Don't tell nobody, okay? I'm coming. Don't tell anybody. I see black people. I don't know why that didn't play smooth. I don't know why. But the system is tripping. All right. We played dice. We played everybody. But what? Play grown folks, not the main one. There's only 2 places that I save video to. I wonder what's going on. Yeah, there's only a couple of places that I saved the videos to, but I don't see the other diva intro. I know I didn't delete it. Anyway, yeah. Long as they got it, that's all that matters. But right on. But you'll see it. You'll see it. They'll be blowing it up. You know what I'm saying? What else going on? Oh, okay, you looked it up. Yeah, that was the jam. I know I labeled it. You know where I got to check? Quick access. Thank you. I'm glad I thought of that. These videos got to be in my quick access. And quick access says it's working on it. And I guess this is the after party of the intro marathon. This is the after session that, when people are, after this show is over, people are still in the theater talking and stuff like that. But look, quick access is not so quick. And quick access is only showing what I most recently looked at. Huh. Oh well. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. It was what it was. That is a trip. I thought I would at least see it in quick access. And I don't want to repeat myself. Yeah, it is what it is. Some of these videos are just not labeled, and I'm afraid if we play it, it might be something crazy. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 unlabeled videos. You see what I'm saying? What month is this? I think it's May. Oh, okay. Well, you missed the first half, but you could catch it later, whatever. All the all the glamour and the glitz happened happened earlier. You know what I'm saying? Like earlier, I bust out like this earlier.
Benjamin's baby. Benjamin's baby.
Yeah.
Benjamin's baby.
Yeah.
Benjamin's baby. Benjamin's baby.
Yeah.
Benjamin's baby.
Yeah.
Benjamin's baby.
Shot callers.
So you saw Diet's outro. Did you see Diet's outro? And I know you saw the intro, but did you see Diet's outro? So which one you didn't see, the outro or the intro, or vice versa? I don't know. Let me make it easy. Just type in intro or outro. Okay, cool. Roll that bean footage. Now I don't know why it's freezing up. We're gonna have to try this again. I don't like glitches. I don't like technical files on the field. So I'm gonna run it again.
I say, come and confess your motherfucking sin. Sound boy, there's no need to worry. As long as I got my on my side for dog.
Well. It was running smooth for the show though. But one thing I forgot to mention is in that outro, that's a cat's eye. And then the other image is a door knocker from a castle in Heidelberg, Germany. And I filmed that door knocker with a DV camera many years ago. And I kept that footage on file and I use it for different things all the time. I just thought it was a crazy door knocker like that. Once I saw that door knocker, I filmed it and I seemed like it was so different. I said, I'm going to be able to use this for years. And guess what? I've been using it for years. I do have several. I got 2 screens, one computer asleep, the other computer awake. The one that's awake is an extra screen. And then I got an iPad near my mic and my right shoulder, and that's turned off. And then I have the phone, which I'm watching the chat. And then my son is playing PlayStation, and my wife is probably watching Netflix. So there's a lot going on. But don't let that lead you to believe that I am economically independent. I haven't worked in 3 months. I'm self-employed, so I am feeling the stress of the quarantine. And I accumulated a lot of things over time. Usually around Christmas time, I get the best sales. Christmas Eve. And a lot of stuff I got on the black market, thanks to the the people that take from the rich and give to the poor. And I always say, if you're going to get something for free, at least take since you didn't have to put in all the effort to get it, you should put in all the effort to learn it. And then if you make some money, go back and spend money with that same company. You see what I'm saying? Well, thank you. I like using Gothic images. I don't get to use it all the time, and I don't want to make any assumptions when I make intros for people. And people do sometimes they give their input and stuff like that, but sometimes I have an idea. I had an idea for good diets. I had an idea for Auntie's Miracle Bee, and I had an idea. Dice said, long as there's some dice in it, you know what I'm saying. And I did put an image in Diet's video that it wasn't really a nice image because her husband is in a motorcycle club and out of the video. But I am going to use that video footage for another intro or another video that has nothing to do with them. So, but yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, they tried it, and I guess it wasn't popular enough for them, or it wasn't being used enough, because people barely use their community page on YouTube unless they showing something foul and funny, But I do need to trim down. Like, I have a lot of files in OBS Studio, and what that do is use up a lot of your RAM. So a lot of these jokes, videos, and funny pictures, I'm gonna have to, delete because my RAM is getting overloaded with all these. This stuff looks cool at first. All this, visual arts, but sometimes you can't overload. Like, I already know that my vocal effects processor is using up too much juice, and I'm gonna cut that off. That's one reason why there's such a delay. If I didn't have this vocal effects processor on, there probably wouldn't even be that much of a delay. But it makes you sound smooth. See, I just cut it off, so now I sound different. Yeah, with that thing off, things should be running a lot smoother. The YouTube is telling me video something, blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying? Tell the titty to send another. I know, isn't that funny? You know what? I got some stuff for Haters World. I'm afraid to post it. Believe it or not. But I may post tonight. Yeah, I got some stuff for Haters World, boy. But I don't want people to be tripping out, you know. You know, Haters World is very, very edgy. There is two new posts on Haters World right now that a lot of people don't know, or they would have contacted me. But I have a couple of more things. Like one of the new things I'm gonna put on Haters World is when the mayor of Detroit roasted Latiti. That's just an excellent addition to the collection. But if you haven't seen it, you got to go see it. Everything is high energy. Even Mama Wanda is on Haters World. Okay. Yeah. On Haters World, there's a lot of gunplay, a lot of threats, a lot of high energy, high tension, high emotion. That's what Haters World is about, high emotions. People threatening their own mother, all kind of stuff. People threatening their own mother. Yeah, there's a video of Latiti being cussed out on Haters World. You know, people screaming at the top of their lungs at people. And, you know, Haters World is like World Star without the violence. You know, it's just all vocal. But these people sound so believable, and some of them are speaking from the heart. But you just can't believe that people would show that much emotion on YouTube. And I just wanted to show that, to show you how serious it can get on YouTube. Oh, okay. Yeah, you're on Haters World too. Cause it was that was a very on point, very emotional. you know you was very emotional on your commentary, and I'm sure that won't be the last time you're on Haters World. You know what I'm saying? I'm always lurking in the background recording, and I have to weigh it. I have to go, is the time right now? Is it too soon? You know what I'm saying? Is it too soon? No, it's too soon for this. They haven't even had a wake yet. You know, they haven't even had a memorial yet. Let's wait. Oh, I heard that. Well, I will. If I'm not busy doing honeydews or something. I know my anniversary coming up. But yeah, that I will be there. If you don't see me, I'm still there. Uh, No, I'm talking about spiritual. I'm gonna be spiritually there, recording physically. Yes. So I have your permission as captain to record your show, right? Look, I'm one of my troll accounts I want to do next is called Black Nixon. All right, and Black Nixon gonna be even sicker than Haters World. It's gonna be more. I'm gonna crank it up a notch, another notch. Black Nixon. I'm gonna have a silhouette of Nixon as the avatar picture. It's gonna be a silhouette of his face. And this guy, it's gonna be like secret, recordings, FBI tapes. He's gonna look for noise in the background, any kind of noise in the background, anything going. He's gonna be the guy who always get the background audio and expose people. You'll be Black Trump. Hey, we might start a trend. Black, you know what I'm saying? That would be dope. Black Trump, Black Arnold, Black Schwarzenegger. You know what I'm saying? Black Don Rickles. And then we have a whole chat room full of black versions of controversial white people. Black Kennedy would be dope. Black Kennedy would be dope. But Black Nixon, the reason why I picked Nixon because he had pictures and video and audio on everyone. He had secret tapes. He used the FBI and stuff to get dirt on everybody so he could convince them to do his, to vote his way or do his biddings. And then he broke into the evidence room to get rid of the evidence that was against him before he was impeached. That's why I want to use Nixon, and make a Black Nixon troll account. Yeah. Nixon was out there. Do you know that they finally caught the Curtis Mayfield sample for the Uncle Fester remix? I got 136 copyright notifications. 136. So they caught up with the Curtis Mayfield thing. That's crazy. Unbelievable. Fred is dead. They caught the Fred is dead sample. I just got a notification today about that. Yeah, they don't play. They even caught the Puff Daddy sample I used. Yeah, they'll eventually catch up. I use 9 Inch Nails, all kind of stuff. They'll catch some of them. Yeah, this drum beat is from Curtis Mayfield, but they ain't gonna catch that. That's hilarious. So I don't know if you was here earlier, but I let people watch live on IG what I do in the background to run the show. So that was kind of interesting. I never done that before, and I still got to figure out a way I can say hi to the people in the chat. And they can't really hear the audio. They can't hear the music on the show unless I'm doing an interview or something, because the audio doesn't play in the studio. I mean, I could fix that, but that just be one more thing that I gotta keep an eye on. And this is already like spinning dishes on multiple sticks that's sticking out the ground. Like he's spinning 5 plates at a time, and you know what I'm saying. Well, one thing I'm going to do is, since I play so many intros and outros, I will not play an outro when the show ends. You know what I'm saying? That's enough. And it's 11:48 here. I guess I'll shut it down at midnight. Now, after I cut my vocal effects processor off, things are running smoothly again. Maybe we can go back to that diet outro. Diva got, shoot, you know what? Diva is doing the most. Shout out to Diva. Also, Mud Diva is doing a lot too. So I can't hate. And of course, Key Deadman is doing a lot. But Diva had, she got like jingles, station identifications. She have intro and outro. So shout out to Diva, you know what I'm saying? And I'm working on a logo for her right now. And after the show, I'll go back to producing that. And Mud Diva had an intro for 4 different shows made. And Key Deadman had some, she had an intro, and she had a station identification, and also fair use jingle made. And she been taking classes, and yeah, so it's been going kind of great. Let's try this Diet Melanin intro one more time.
I say,
outro.
come in the confession, motherfucker, see into the pink. Sound boy, there's no need to worry. As long as I got my 9, I keep it by my side for you. So you don't have to worry at all.
Yeah, so I sampled Nine Inch Nails, MC Breed, Mad Lion, Shoot to Kill, and I used Diet's voice. She came to the studio. They flew out to California to do the vocals for that outro. Yeah. Yep. That's Nine Inch Nails, Animal. But I'm actually going to remix the whole song tonight. I'm going to do a remix of Nine Inch Nails, Animal, because I like that song. And the lyrics are dope. If you watch the video where it plays the lyrics on the screen, you be like, wow, he wrote that? Okay. Nine Inch Nails, Trent Reznor is okay. He's like, to me, what Dr. Dre is to the hood, Trent Reznor is to the other group. You know what I'm saying? As a matter of fact, Trent Reznor and Dr. Dre was going to work together. They was on the same label, but the powers that be didn't want it to happen. To be honest, Coldplay is a big 50 Cent fan. Always wanted to do music with 50 Cent, but the powers that be feel like branding is everything, and Trent Reznor wanted to work with Dr. Dre on the Nothing label, but you know what I'm saying, that shows too much unity. But I was able to see Public Enemy and Anthrax work together, and I've been to a Public Enemy Anthrax concert before. I'd never been to a heavy metal concert before, and Anthrax was my first, and they were pretty good. You know, and the only thing that brought me there was hip hop. Okay, Coldplay sucks, but in a good way. But if you can't name their first album, you can't have an opinion on Coldplay. You know what I'm saying? So Coldplay, I don't know, man. I got into Coldplay by accident. When I used to watch cable, I was flipping through the channels, and Coldplay was live in concert on MTV, and they gave a very dynamic concert. I was like, wow. You know what I'm saying? You know, I like Blood Rush to the Head. That's my album, Blood Rush to the Head. Their first album was Yellow. And I used to like smashing. See, what I'm going to tell you what happened. After being at the club all night, listening to the same songs over and over, and going to clubs every night, when I went home, I didn't want to hear the same old music that I heard in the club all night that I've been dancing to. So I used to watch MTV after midnight, you know, around 3 in the morning, 3:30, and they were playing Bush, Smashing Pumpkins, Nirvana, that other group that worked with Ice Cube from LA. See, LA only had 4 big bands. That was The Doors, Rage Against the Machine, NWA, and this one other group. I can't think of the name. Now, you might say, what about Motley Crue or somebody? All these other bands are not from LA, but they blew up in LA. I'm talking about bands that's from LA. LA only had 4 big bands out of LA directly, and that was The Doors, Rage Against the Machine, NWA, and what's that other group? You know that one that they used to perform. They always make videos with their shirts off. What's they name? They crazy. Crazy dudes. But yeah, coming home after the club, 3 in the morning, I'm listening to Smashing Pumpkins and Bush and Soundgarden and well, that's old school, Observer. I'm surprised you even mentioned that because I could say Metallica because Metallica is from out here, and Metallica, man. But yeah, I'm just talking about those groups from back in the late MTV days. It wasn't Limp Bizkits. These we talking about L.A. You know what I'm saying? Limp Bizkits is kind of not L.A. like. These dudes was. Man, what's the name of these song? They did a song with Ice Cube. They did. Did they do a song called Wicked or Natural Born Killer? They did a song called Natural Born Killer. 1, 2, 3, I'm a killer, as in gorilla. He was something else, but these dudes were like they could have it. People was just they just did whatever they wanted to do, man. People, they could just walk down the street and people just hand their daughters to them. You know what I'm saying? They was always in the water and stuff. I think they did a video inside Pirates of the Caribbean one time. That was on the Chronic. Yeah, come on. It was a rock group. Ice Cube worked with them. It was like 4 or 5 guys, no shirt. They tried to. They lyrics were like some of their songs were like rap songs too, but they were singing. Aerosmith, you way off now. L.A. only had 4 killer rock bands that were from L.A. The Doors, Rage Against the Machine, NWA, and what's the other group? Rolling Stones ain't even from America. Come on. They ain't even from America. Rolling Stones did a song with Run DMC. We talking about Ice Cube and Dr. Dre and stuff. Now, Korn is cool. I have a story about Korn. I know some people that got to work with Korn. The record label bought this guy a Beamer and a $50,000 camera, and all he had to do was follow Korn around and film them at home so they could have footage for a documentary or a reality show. That's all he had to do and this dude had Nathan, man. He was his girl sung in a rock band, and he used to do the visuals for that rock band when the concerts. And Sony tapped him on the shoulder and say, "Hey, you know Korn, right?" And he's like, "Yeah." He's like, "Well, I want you to follow them around with a camera. Here's a camera, here's a beamer. Just get us the footage, and you can stay at their house or whatever." I was like, "Damn." I need somebody to tap me on the YouTube shoulder and say, "Hey, we like what you're doing. We want you to produce so and so." You know what I'm saying? I'll take a back seat. I'll produce anybody and make their shit, soundtrack, everything, graphics. And for the sake of argument, NWA is going to be categorized in the rock category for the sake of argument of big time bands out of LA. Because even Zach De La Roche, Rage Against the Machine, is a rap group, but they are a rap group. But and NWA is a rap group, but they have a rock attitude. You see what I'm saying? So, you know, I can't think of look, this group, I mean, they used to do they were like Motley Crue, man. They partied, people were strung out and shit, you know. They did the same shit the most successful bands do. I just can't think the name of this group. And now they look really old because of all the partying and touring they done. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna pull up. I'm gonna pull up the internet, and you know what I'm gonna do? You're gonna be surprised because I'm just gonna type 3 words, and I bet you they know what band I'm talking about. Type in, get up your dick. Enter. See what they come up with. All I typed in is 3 words. Stick it up your. That's it. Which I say. No, not poison. That's too old school. That's not even the name of the song though. That was just part of the lyrics. Uh well, I'm out of bands. Okay, check it. Look, just by typing those 3 words though, I'm gonna find it. It's just that they got all these stupid memes now. Cause this song. Oh, I know. Okay, I got it now. I got it. I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna tell you what I'm. I'm not gonna tell you what I'm typing it in. But I should have thought about it. Okay. Red Hot Chili Peppers. No crazy mofos. Yeah. Red Hot Chili Peppers. That is crazy. That's what I was trying to think of. Now that we solved that mystery, Californications. Where we at? Yeah. Hey, you tried. These guys had hundreds of songs. They formed a group in 1983. They were 20 for 20 years. Okay. They looked the same age for 20 years, and then they started aging. Yeah, they had Flea and all them. Dave Navarro. Crazy. What'd you say? Yeah, they were a trip, man. They were straight LA cats, you know. We gonna get down. It probably was like some Orange County type cats. Let me see. Um uh Scar Tissue, Give It Away, Other Side, Can't Stop, Higher Ground, Desecration Under the Bridge, Daddy California, Snow, Around the World, Dark Necessity, Breaking Girl. These all had either rap vocals or rappers have sampled their music. I wonder what song did they have it with Ice Cube or Dr. Dre? Wicked. There we go. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Let's see here. What they gonna give us? They gonna give us a commercial? Did y'all hear that?
When I
skip that. That shit is lame. He lame. The commercial.
Now this one dedicated to the man them call MacGyver. And no 007 James Bond spy man inside the area. Maximum respect to the man them call Ice Cube. And no bus no deuce no 3 8 but 4 4 wicked.
That's Ice Cube and Red Hot Chili Peppers right there. Wicked. What'd you say? Yeah, right on, Will. And, right on for Auntie hanging out. Look, don't call in unless I ask to when we live. But yeah, you could call in a second, Will. Just hold on, bro. Look, did you know Red Hot Chili Peppers did Nothing But a G Thing live with Dr. Dre before? Well, they did a cover. They did a cover song. Uh-oh. That but the LA thing. Yep. Today was a good day. I like America was Most Wanted. America KKK. Oh, okay, Will. That but a G thing, great baby. But I thought they had another song together. I thought they did Not Your Born Killer. Let me see. I typed in Dr. Dre. See what come up. Red Hot Chili Peppers versus Tupac. Give It Away. Give it away, give it away, give it away now. I guess Dr. Dre was on California vacation. Oh, here we go. I found it. But I think Eminem and Dre have done songs with Hot Chili Peppers too. But check this out. Let me make sure there's no commercial first. Okay, let's check your link out, Will. Oh, okay. I see you, Will. Big Willie style. Let's see what we got here.
What happened here last night?
And if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Okay, listen up, gentlemen. We are after 2 male suspects. Dr. Dre, and Ice Cube. They want it for a string of 187. Sergeant, I want you to block off 2 streets in every direction. I want your people ready to move. Squad! I want snipe team number 1 to cover all my uniforms from as high a vantage point as they can find. I want SWAT team number 2 to cover every street face.
Man, this was the shit. You see those police cars? The police car lowriders? Man, you see this? I ain't trying to get flagged. So what I'm probably going to have to do is throw one of my own hip-hop tracks over the top. You know what I'm saying? And then that way, you know what I'm saying? It's all good. We don't break any rules. So we'll just throw one of these old freestyles on top.
I say, come make a face, gentlemen.
Yeah, that went well. What did it say? Yeah, I was trolling. Yeah, I throw one of my underground tracks in the background.
I say,
Why? Wrong track. See, this is what, like, when you don't know how to end the show and you just keep going, even though the show ended 30, 45 minutes ago, that's when shit go downhill. Yeah. Here we go.
Let me hit that spliff. Let me make this cheddar. Sit down, break bread. Anybody in the let me hit that.
I don't know if I'll get flagged because I'm playing a track that's produced by me or somebody else I know. This track was produced by somebody from Germany.
Having things. I'm having things. so many stamps on my passport. Got francs, pounds, and euros. Plus I never had drama at the airport. Got shit locked when I hit the club. Then slap me side, come show me some love. When I got that knock that you asked for. Just put that cash in my hands, bro. Cause we make money, then we break bread. If it doesn't make dollars, don't count me in. Money ain't same as you freeze the cut. Pussy ain't good unless you bust a nut. A war ain't a war, let somebody die. Just choose your battles and I'll make mine. Yo, yo, yo. Let me hit that spliff, let me make this cheddar. Sit down, break bread. Anybody in the way, fill them with lead. No time for games, don't sit with knees. Make sure you're all about happy things. Happy things, happy things, happy things. I'm happy things, happy things, happy things. Let me hit that spliff, let me make this cheddar. Sit down, break bread. Anybody in the way, fill them with lead. No time for games, don't sit with knees. Make sure you're all about happy things. Happy things, happy things, happy things. I'm happy things, happy things, happy things. Happy things, I'm 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 happy things. Let me hit that split. Let me hit that split. Let me hit that split. Let me make this cheddar. Sit down, break bread. Anybody in the way, fill them with lead. No time for games. Don't sit with these. Make sure you're all about happy things. Happy things. Happy things. Happy things. I'm happy things. Happy things. Happy things. Let me hit that split. Let me make this cheddar. Sit down, break bread. Anybody in the way, fill them with lead. No time for games. Don't sit with these. Make sure you're all about happy things. Happy things. Happy things. Happy things. I'm happy things. Happy things. Happy things.
All right. What you say, Will? I hit that link already. It was Guru. You know what I'm saying? Unless that's a different link. Oh, wait. Let me see. Busta Rhymes. Yeah. Busta Rhymes. I have to check that out. I don't want to get flagged, you know? I'm already riding the fence for the other stuff I wrote. Oh. Oh, Busta Rhymes freestyling? Oh, yeah, he killing it. He killing the game. Busta Rhymes is hella talented, man. I feel you on that. Thanks for sending me that link. You feel me? Oh, it's too old? I just don't, even though I played Ice Cube and Chili Peppers, I really don't promote commercial artists here on this channel. I'm jealous of commercial artists. You know, I want a loan too. I want them to loan me some money. You know what I'm saying? I don't give them. They don't promote me. Why should I promote them? They get airplay, satellite radio. You know what? We had satellite radio in our car, and I flipped through all the channels. I was disappointed. I said, "This is the same shit they play on the radio. Why would I want satellite radio stations that play the same shit I could hear on regular radio?" But I don't know anything. I guess I don't. What do I know? But I thought it was retarded that you got satellite radio, the way to listen to music in the future. Clear radio. Let's hear some clearly new music that's been out there that we haven't had a chance to hear. That's why satellite radio you don't even hear people talking about satellite radio, and we never subscribed. Once our free subscription went out, We never. We only got one channel in our car for Satellite Radio. Okay, Will, you talked me into it. Okay. You know, Will, I cannot be bought. I cannot. I'm gonna do it this time, but I'm gonna be waiting. I'm gonna be expecting that Cash App to jingle also. But for you people that that's still hanging on to hip hop, which I don't have a problem. But here we go. Right. Okay, that noise you had to endure was skateboarders in the background skateboarding. But that was dope. And that was courtesy of Will C. Okay. Well, Will, I think that Busta Rhymes got his style from Dinko D. I had the pleasure of remixing Dinko D, but you know what I'm saying, but some rappers can be difficult and they be tripping off the way they voice ride on the beat. And he from the old school, and I was like, okay, well, you didn't give me the best quality vocals, like they gave me MP3 with reverb and DJ scratch. And I'm like, what am I supposed to do with this? But yeah, Busta Rhymes, I met him before. He's talented. I think that him and leaders of the new school was tight knit, and him and Dinko D had a similar style. And I think that he developed his style off of Dinko. And well, yeah. I'm waiting for that Cash App though, Will. But what I'm going to do is play a couple of my tracks that were released, on the label. Like I'm going to play some vocals that I've done for other groups in other countries that needed a rapper on their album. And these songs play on Pandora and all that stuff all over the world. Foreign radio stations. I try not to it's right there on the top of the screen. Technology. Technology. TEKKNOLOGY. $ technology. So I'm going into my commercial music underground folder. So this dude name is Port Format. I did a song with him called It's On. It's kind of political. And this is the stuff that play on, you know, internet radio, Pandora, what's the other thing, and it play in, you know, very foreign or hip radio stations, you know, shit like that. So I'm just going to give you a piece of the commercial side of His Lordship, because His Lordship talks a lot of mess. I always got a place in my heart for hip hop, but I didn't say that I was gonna burn a torch forever, because, you know, one thing I like about hip hop is you just keep inventing stuff, you keep coming up with new stuff. You know, that was the foundation. So here's something called "It's On" with an artist named Port Format from Germany. Check it out.
With so much drama in the world today, we really need a bomber in the world today. Life so hard you wanna walk, escape. With no way out, someone lock the gate. I just wanna put some food on the plate. Keep a roof over my head, fireplace, and I'm straight. Never was the level of the greed today. When the gas get too high, I'd rather roller skate. There's a new president and he looks like us, so I might spare the air, take a bike or a bus. It's a brand new day, no Bush, he's gone. It's a brand new party, you know what is on. Let my people go, set our children free. Something in this system got a hold on me. Just watch it on the screen, that's not reality. As far as I can see, can't put your spell on me. Don't put your hell on me, cause it's on. The weight of the world don't follow us. The fate of the world don't follow us. Take what you want, don't follow us. When it's all said and done, in God we trust. A whole lot of bills plus a whole lot of fuss. And never could you kill corporation and greed. No matter who you are, you just a dog on a leash. Give a dog a bone, watch him act like a beast. Let my people go, set our children free. Something in this system got a hold on me. Just watch it on the screen, that's not reality. As far as I can see, can't put your spell on me. Don't put your hell on me. No, hell no, cause it's on. Black and silver, Golden Gate. Unfold money, get my paper straight. Black and silver by the Golden Gate. Unfold money, get my paper straight. I'm about to get sideways, just ride on the internet highway. This is not your way, this is my way. This is how I do it, straight flyway. This is not your ordinary pop tune hit on the radio or a TV show. This is not them 4 kids in a video, oh no, but it's on. Let my people go, set our children free. Something in this system got a hold on me. Just watch it on the screen, that's not reality. As far as I can see, can't put your spell on me. Don't put your hell on me, cause it's on.
That's a tough one. That's a tough one. He was very good. I like what he did with the Trinity. You know, and he did a lot of commercial soundtracks, film soundtracks. He did a lot of stuff that we didn't even know about. But they used him. I don't know if he had a disability or whatever, but that label in Palo Alto, California, that moved to Southern California, I think that they used him in a way, and he you know, he moved to LA to work on some music, and he was in I think he was staying at Common's house, and he had a sickness, and he ended up being in the hospital, and they moved the equipment into this hospital room where he still worked until he died in the hospital room. And his mother came out from Detroit to be by his side, and by her trying to look after him and see him in his last days, she lost her house. And then when he died, all his money was tied up in litigation because of taxes and stuff. And he had some kids, but only one daughter could be proven that it was his at the beginning. So she was the only one that was getting a check. And then people got investigated. Busta Rhymes and all kind of people got investigated, because once he died, that's when his production became very valuable, and they had to appraise some of the work he done. As a matter of fact, Busta Rhymes got audited. They wanted to make sure that he paid the true value for the music that he put out, because once he died, people were putting out music and the contracts wasn't finished. So Jay Dilla's lawyer put an ad in the Billboard trade magazine. Now, Billboard gives you all the info on the music trade, and subscription is very, very, very expensive. I mean, back in the 90s, the subscription was $345 a year. I don't know how much it is now, but it's very expensive to fill a whole page up with an ad. And his lawyer put an ad in the magazine, and he said, cease and desist using Jay Dilla's music, because he died and all his assets are in litigation because of the IRS. Now, maybe I'm showing my age when I show my admiration for Jay Dilla. No, Jay Dilla deserves his respect. Okay. But there are other very creative producers in Detroit. Like there was one guy named I can't get his name, but I'll give you another guy. Robert Hood. Robert Hood. Before Jay Dilla, there was Juan Atkins. And also Magic Mike. But what I'm saying is, Jay Dilla was the next generation from all the other guys, because these dudes would have, not only they made their own music, but they would have their own pirate radio station to play their music. That's what's taking, there's another group called Underground Resistance. Detroit is full of talent, and that's the best broadcasting schools and the best factories to make hardware was from Detroit. You see what I'm saying? That's why Japan, like certain cities in Japan felt a kinship with Detroit, because these are places that produce hardware. You know what I'm saying? Now we have Silicon Valley, which is big on software, but Detroit was the first Silicon Valley. It was Solder Valley, named after the soldering gun, but they called it Motown because they made more cars than anything, and Mo is abbreviation for motor. But I'm just saying that Jay Dilla, what's his name? Madlib remixed Jay Dilla music without his permission. And this is what if I have to say something admiring about Jay Dilla, what I want to say is he deserves all the props in the world, but he was one of many talented producers in Detroit, and he found his own lane just like those other producers. Most of the producers in Detroit can't make their money in America, but that doesn't mean that they're not as good as the ones that make it in America. The ones that make it in America, they just make what they know people would like. But if you make something innovative, then you have to turn people on to it, and that's even harder. And if you could tour for 20 or 30 years doing the music that you created, and the only reason you can't push it in America is because you didn't give it away, then that's not a bad thing. That doesn't make you less than Jay Dilla, because some people are still making $60,000 to $1 million a year from doing the music that they invented when they were 19 from Detroit. But if the man doesn't put him on Soul Train or VH1 or MTV or Clear Channel radio stations, that doesn't mean that he's not a good producer like Kanye or Jay Dilla or somebody like that. There's 300 Jay Dillas in America. You just heard one. He's the one that got put on. But he didn't have no money until he died. You know, that's how they do us. Righto, Will. Jay Dilla died in the hospital with his mom's, broke at the time. His mama lost her house, and he kept wanting to finish his projects and ideas for that label. And those people are still sitting good, living good in California in a nice big house. They probably don't even put out rap music anymore. Thanks, Will. I appreciate that. Thank you very much, man. Now, what I wanted to say is I wanted to say something admirable and respectful about Jay Dilla, because I'm from Detroit. So you know I would never hate on Jay Dilla. And I have let the record show I have said nothing negative about Jay Dilla. I'm just not going to put him on a pedestal, because the pedestal is full of people. All right. Now, when Madlib took his music and remixed it without his permission, just because you smoke a blunt with somebody and hang out with them, don't mean that you can take their music and do what you want. But instead of Jay Dilla getting upset, Jay Dilla was like, all right, dude, you know, that wasn't really cool because we didn't talk about it, but hey, let's do another project legitimately with the paperwork and everything. Let's do one together. So they did a project together, Madlib and Jay Dilla. So I just want to play one more Lordship underground commercial track, if there's such thing. Hold on, Will. Hold on. What's up, Will? Hold on, all right?
Yeah, you good, man.
I'm looking for what another collaboration. I've done many collaborations with through Tokyo Down Records. Okay. This group called Suede Art. They do what they call wonky beats. Yeah. Let me see. There's a huge delay, Will. Let me.
With me?
Yeah, on my if I'm listening to the playback. So, where is my song? Oh, here we go. I'll play the original. You know what? I'm gonna play the remix. There's a girl from Japan, Tokimonsta. She's down with damn, what's the dude from LA? Will, what's that LA producer name? Artist. His auntie is Alice Coltrane.
You lost me on that one, man.
Oh,
I've been out of the game for
all
like
right.
a hot minute, you know.
All right. Well, this track was remixed by a girl named Tokimonsta. She's Japanese. So it's rock. It's,
Today life is just so insane. I mean, death and destruction on the global stage. I wanna see tomorrow, can't turn the page. It makes me wanna holler like Marvin Gaye. It's not the first time that the earthquake shook, but I never seen the river turn a lake to a brook. The sun never sets unless it rises first, and some will always wonder if we blessed the curse. Now I could write a song that'll ease your mind, but I'd rather write the wrongs, try to save the blind. Remix, rerun, and reshoot, remade to resense and recoup. Mama didn't raise no fool. Use your brain like a plate for a fool. So many things to do, yet so many places to see. I'm a ROBOT. Reboot, remix, rerun, and reshoot, remade to resense and recoup. Mama didn't raise no fool. Use your brain like a plate for a fool. So many things to do, yet so many places to see. I'm a ROBOT. Just a little bit of love is all one needs. I treat the soil like a moon, straight plant the seed. Keep the vision in me till there's no one left. If I haven't lost you yet, take gold for self. Cause it's the type of world that we roll today. People with machine digital displays. If we all synchronize, who control the clock? If we all get together, we control the stop. Think about it, if you know what I mean. If you don't know, you guys don't make the same. Rerun and reshoot, remade to resense and recoup. Mama didn't raise no fool. Use your brain like a plate for a fool. So many things to do, yet so many places to see. I'm a ROBOT.
In LA or are you in Oakland still?
what? I am everywhere at the same time.
Right. No, I know you're global.
Let me make sure they can hear you at home. Let me turn on my audio effects rack. I'm really trying to find that other background footage. I'm tired of using the same footage, but they can hear you now, Will.
Oh, hey, what's up, everybody? And yeah, I didn't mean to ask you about your location and everything like that. I was just curious, because I plan on coming out to Cali for a minute, and I was just, I'd like to pop by the studio if it was close by,
Yeah, I hear you.
Did you get to listening to that Jazzmatazz record that I just sent you a little while ago?
Well, see, I used to listen to that stuff before it came out, and then I listened to it after it came out. You know what I'm saying?
Right. But you know the style, though, I guess.
Right. Yeah, that style came from Miles Davis and Easy Mo B.
Right. So, I guess, the one question I always had for you, though, is, so, what is, I guess everybody hears music a little bit different. What's your kind of inspiration or with your style, for your beats? Because, it's very experimental.
Well, I wouldn't consider it experimental because before I ever knew what hip hop was, I was sitting in a classroom at the age of 6 learning how to play the saxophone. All right. And then I played the saxophone for every grade. And then I think when I moved to LA, the first 2 years, I couldn't get a music class because they didn't have it at my school. And then after that, I took music all the way up to high school, School of the Arts. And then when I was in my last couple of years at School of the Arts, that's when hip hop, when Crush Groove and all that stuff, when the hip hop thing started to come up. So I had classical training on music before I ever knew what hip hop was. See what I'm saying?
Well, no, your drum pan sound is great.
Well,
the acoustics and what you use is phenomenal.
But let me give you an example though. When we make albums, it sounds like a compilation of different producers together, but it's only two people.
Right.
But it's only two people. But we never, some people, every song you could tell they made the beat because in their studio they only got one HR16 or they only got one 808 or they got only one MPC. So you could tell that every song, like Jay Dilla, you could tell if every song was made with the MPC, right? But when we make an album, you don't know what the hell we use, and it sounds like we went to a bunch of different studios. Do you understand?
Yeah, but I've been talking to you for a long time. I've never had the chance to kind of, have a Q&A with you like this. I've been following you for a long time, and I know a lot of your different avenues of music. I guess what I'm trying to ask you is, why isn't your I don't know how to say this. Why doesn't your music have more of I mean, it's very.
You want to know why is we not commercial?
No. I'm not saying that.
Because we can make a commercial album. We never made one album that had the same music from beginning to end. You see what I'm saying? I'm just saying that we can make an album with every song. I'm not trying to say that you're saying this, but this is how it is in America. If you're going to portray yourself as a certain image, you have to be that way your whole career. And you would have to make that kind of music forever. And when you make a hit, you got to sing that same song over and over and over for the rest of your life. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's not true with Massive Attack and 4 to
They not from America. They don't even have they not from America, and they don't. That proves my point. And they don't even have to come to America to make money.
Right. No, but like, okay.
And
So
a Massive
for me,
Attack album a Massive Attack album starts at $25. So that's going to cut off a lot of minorities. Most minorities won't spend that much money on a record. I know people buy MP3s and stuff now, but I'm just saying most people ain't gonna buy an import for $25. They usually only pay around $13-15 for a CD. So they miss out on good music just because they're not willing to pay more for music. And plus their local radio station is not playing it. So or they think that this station is a black station and that station is a white station. So they don't know about it. You see what I'm saying? So there's a lot of factors. American music market is very complicated. It is so complicated that you only hear 2% of black music on the radio.
right, but I mean, like you've been in the game so long that I'm sure you have like dub plates.
I got I got one EP. I still got 30 copies on vinyl in the closet right now.
Interesting.
But some of my vinyl, like my second to last vinyl, is a collector's item. It's a 7-inch, and the speed is 33 on one side and 45 on the other. It has a small hole just like a LP, and it was 150 copies were hand painted by an artist who does Star Wars art with spray cans.
Oh wow!
So those records will be worth hopefully about $400 a piece in 10 years from now.
Yeah, but that's you know when they started first making CDs, right?
Yeah.
And people started putting out like just whatever CDs out there, and they used to have like what they called like a secret track. So
yeah.
When you played like the last song on the CD, instead of just like ejecting it, if you just let it play out, it wouldn't stop. And then maybe, maybe 2 minutes like afterwards, if you just let it play through, that'd be a secret track.
Yeah.
I related to, I think there was a secret track on, what the fuck are they called? Well, the one that comes to mind right now is, do you remember Cool Keith, Dr. Octagon?
Yep.
And on,
that was Dan Yokomuro is from out here. And Dan Yokomuro.
Dan the Automator.
Yeah, he's from out here.
Dan the Automator?
Look, I used to be one of those hip hop dancers for a female rap R&B group out here. And Dan but Dan did the remix for that group way before Dr. Octagon.
Yeah, but he was with like Ultramagnetics before. I mean, do you know Dan
No,
the Automator? Like,
in a way, but the thing was this is way before he ever worked with Kool Keith. But after Kool Keith got his money, he never messed with Dan ever again because Dan didn't get no money. And then one time Dan gave him $200,000 at a show, and he walked off the stage and went home and didn't even do the show and took the money. You see what I'm saying? And he got arrested. He got arrested a day before doing the show in San Francisco. And when he got bailed out, he got some money from Dan, and he went back home. And see, Dan had released the same album overseas without his vocals, too. And my friend used to be Dan's first rapper. Dan didn't have any. He was a loner, right? But my friend was a friend of his, and he used to freestyle over his beats, and that made him a better producer because he didn't know any black people or anything. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but who produced for them? It was Cuba, right?
Who? Ultramagnetic?
No, I know like Ultramagnetics. Nothing comes to mind. I'm a little.
Oh, okay. I've been to Cuba's. I've been to Cuba's house too. Cuba is cool.
Yeah, but when Dr. Octagon brought out that like his main album before that, because it was just kind of, was scattered with like different kind of.
I'm just trying to tell you that
everything.
that Dan was scandalous and Kool Keith stopped working with him. Dan dogged a friend of mine 5, 6, 7 years before Kool Keith. So by the time he finally got hooked up with somebody who was famous already, you know what I'm saying, he was already a little shady, you know what I'm saying?
And that's why he never made it big, though, I guess.
Right, because he faked it till he
Ain't nobody want to fuck with him.
because he faked it till he made it because he used to take my friend's vocals to New York and he told the record labels that he wrote the lyrics and produced everything. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, back to what I was just saying, just like, short pause for a second.
Yeah.
Back to what I was saying, like Dr. Octagon, was it like gynecologist, the one where they had like the severed hand that was on the cover? If you played it like all the way to the end, and then the last song or the last track, if you let it play through for like, I think it was like 3 minutes or something, maybe even 350. Then they had like that bonus track, which was a secret track. It was half shark, alligator, half man.
Yeah, that was a gimmick.
Right. But you know how they used to have like secret tracks, back then.
Yeah, that was dope.
But yeah,
What's the name did
why,
this?
like,
What's the name did the same thing? Maxwell. If you rewind the song when the first song play, if you rewind it, there's another song there on the album Embryo.
Right, and I'm just saying, like, and I guess I was relating that to like the albums that your mainstream albums. You know how you had like the intricate art that you were saying.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like when you bought an album, you got something special like a secret track or like some fucking wicked artwork or something. Like
Yeah.
What you're offering.
But to believe it or not, the only reason.
A lot different.
But check this out. The only reason people have crazy artwork is because if they see your face, they're gonna automatically think it's not what they're looking for. Like if they see my face on the album, they're gonna think that it's a rap or a gospel or something else. They're not gonna assume that it's anything other than that because we don't have a, they think that everybody just making rap. You see what I'm saying? So back in the day, they didn't put our faces on the record so they could sell them. And as an independent artist in modern times, you shouldn't put your face on the album because it has more chances of being sold around the world because people will listen to the music first. They'll read the blogs or the articles in the magazines or whatever, or the interviews on the radio. Because I've done interviews around the world right from my bed, and they had to translate my words, just like if you was watching public television. They had to, translate the words and stuff. And I'm just saying that it's really hard being an independent artist, especially if you're a person of color, because they're gonna see your face and think. Even when a person of color put their face on the record, you will see their face but not their body, because people are gonna judge your clothes, your height, your weight, all kind of bullshit, and not the music. So most of my records, there's only 2 records we put our face on. And the first record, I only put my face on the back. And then there was one record I put my father's face on the front and mine on the back. And the rest we didn't put our face on. Yeah.
But when you mentioned like, okay, I put like artwork on, like put artwork on, my records or my CD and everything like that. That reminds, like, that's very reminiscent of there's some Pink Floyd kind of thing. If you buy my album, you get something special, extra.
Yeah.
Like, not just get some, right? And then the other thing was Shit, I lost my train of thought. What was that? What would you just mention just a second ago?
And Observer gonna be able to come up next too.
Oh yeah. You mentioned something just a minute ago. Like, sorry, I lost my train of thought.
Yeah. Shit, I don't know.
You know, that special thing. Okay. Yeah. It was important, but yeah. I feel you. It's so good. Yeah. I'm fucked up, man. But I love talking music. I'd rather talk music all night long. Especially with you, man. And it's...
What the hell is this?
What's that?
Oh.
Hey, man. Hey, actually, you know what? I fucking put money in your Cash App. I'll put in some more if you just play that fucking Guru track that I just told you about.
Yeah, it's gonna hit me up. I already got 136 notifications.
Already?
Yeah, from my other shows.
What other shows?
Every time I play that commercial stuff, you know, I get hit up.
Jazzmatazz is not fucking commercial at all.
It's a major record label involved, major.
How's that? This has been gone for
They
like
don't need
11 years
me. They don't need me to help promote them. Now they're doing. Now they're doing battles on IG.
Get the fuck out of here. Okay.
No, I'm just saying. Look.
Sorry, go ahead.
Wait a minute. Hold on. I'm trying to cut this video off. Hold on.
What projects have you got going on right now?
Well, I'm always developing new ideas and stuff, and creating and creating inventory that could be turned into any kind of project. See, when you follow a trend, you will have to you would live and die with that trend and always be connected to that trend. So I always me and my friends, we do our own thing. I know people who invent their own instruments with a 3D printer and all that stuff. You know,
Well, see, I would love to provide vocals for you, maybe sometime. You know what I mean? Or just try like in a side project.
What kind of vocals?
If you say, well, whatever you like. You know how you drop your vocals or what you got now. I mean, like more of like the kind of hip hop style.
Well, I don't make hip hop. I don't make hip hop unless somebody asks for it, because it don't take much to make it. Like once you know how to, like if let's say I'm good at doing ice sculptures of I don't know shit. Let's say I'm good at making elephant ice sculptures, right? I don't have to make ice sculptures every day unless somebody order one. You see what I'm saying? Because I already know how to make ice sculptures of elephants. So I'm practicing. I'm making other stuff. I might be making giraffes out of marble because I already got making ice sculptures of elephants down packed. So now I need to tighten up my ability to make giraffes out of marble. See what I'm saying?
No.
So I don't. So a lot of producers sit around and make hip hop tracks all day, every day. But it's a formula. It ain't rocket science. And unless somebody's paying you to do it, there's no reason to be manufacturing 4 hip hop tracks a day when you could be learning other stuff and getting better at what you do. Because most of these people that make beats, they still got to go to an engineer and they still have to go somewhere to get their music mastered, because they focus so hard on one thing when they can. Today you can wear all the hats. After you come up with your idea, you mix it, and then you master it. You know, and learn about music. Learn how to start a song and end the song because anybody can make a beat that repeats over and over while somebody say bitch, hoe, motherfucker, and all that shit over the track. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I know. And like, I'm not talking about like just dropping like rhyme and rhyme. I'm talking about like with your experimental sound, and that's what leads me on to my other question.
Wait a minute, I can't even cut this video off.
What now?
I can't get rid of this video.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, my other question is, what is your influences as far as like your beat and your drums? And when I say your beat and your drums, I mean like your drum sound.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you something. All right. I know how it feels to play music with 60 people. You see what I'm saying? When I was in junior high, Queen Elizabeth and President Reagan and the mayor of our city was here at Pier 50, and I was able to play my saxophone with a band for the Queen, the President, and the mayor. You see what I'm saying? So I used to buy. I always like to hear things first. There was a time when you couldn't hear East Coast rap music out here unless you listened to college radio. So by the time it played it on regular radio, it was already played out because it was cool that everybody couldn't hear it. You see what I'm saying? There was a time when you only could hear the cool music on college radio. So once the cool music made it over to commercial radio, then it became corny. You see what I'm saying? There was a time when you heard a hot song in the club first, then you heard it on the commercial radio later. But now you hear it on the radio first, then in the club, and that's corny too. And then when you turn on satellite radio and you listen to the shady radio or whatever, it's the same music. Now some people would say, "No, I heard stuff on satellite first, and then it came to radio." That's because that was planned that way. The same people that put it on satellite is the same people that put it on the radio. It ain't like they were just an incredible group and everybody liked their music and so they had to put them on the radio. No, that's.
No, I'm feeling it. Yeah. I'm feeling you, right? I'm certainly feeling you, right? Yeah. I guess it feels like with your music, right? Like I'm good with everything, but when it comes to like the beat, like your drums. Basically, just your drums, like they seem more like the 3/3 instead of the 4/4, and like they're kind of just off canted.
Well, how many four?
You know what I mean? Like they're not
how
like
many?
A flowing drum.
But 4/4 is like a baby playing with drumsticks. The 4/4 times I do make a lot of beats in 4/4, but the 4/4 time signature is the most predictable, primitive beat that you can make. That's all I'm saying.
But that's what flows. That's what flows.
No, flow 4 is flows because it's a loop, and people find comfort in feeling like they can predict what's next. Some people don't like the mystery of what's next. They want to know. They find comfort in knowing what's around the corner. And a lot of people's lives are in loops anyway, routine and loops. So they like to be entertained by routine and loops. And it's the easiest. Most people are lazy, so it's easier to work with small loops and repetitive formulaic stuff. That's why all that cheesy club music is popular because it's easy, it's repetitive, and it's formulaic. But if you listen to someone like Robert Hood or Drexia, there go some names for you. Look up Drexia from Detroit and look up Robert Hood. See, Jay Dilla worked with the Majors and they helped put him on and he's talented, but he had to cater in order to be productive. But when you look up people like Robert Hood and Drexia, and they didn't have to cater, people liked them because of what they brought to the table.
But sometimes, like, sometimes, you know what I mean? Like, you be playing some of your tracks sounding like that local progression, you know, intelligent DMB. And then
Well, I'm not gonna.
times it just be so like,
But check
just
this.
be like, yeah, go ahead.
I get where you're coming from, Will. But remember, lordship is a persona, right? And with lordship, I get to do stuff I don't normally do. Um, but I'm not gonna put my best ideas on YouTube because anybody can hear those ideas, and you cannot protect ideas. You cannot You can copyright a song, but it better be written down in sheet music. And when somebody hears your song on YouTube or anything on SoundCloud, they could be influenced, and from that influence, they could take your idea further than you, especially if they look the opposite of you. You see what I'm saying?
Right, but even just in a loop, though, if it was like a flowing loop, and you eliminate like certain aspects of it, it can still flow just with like a little bit.
But you should get some software. You should get Ableton Live and get busy. You know what I'm saying? Let me see. No, let Zerban come up right now.
Huh?
Let Zerban come up right now.
All right, man. Like, I appreciate you, man. Thanks for having me.
Hey, we'll talk again too. We'll talk again soon.
Of course, always. Hey, man, maximum respect. Thanks for having me on your show.
Right on, peace. Yeah, Zerban, you got to call in on IG. Now I know what happened. There's a video on my logo that's not supposed to be there. Damn. That's what happened. That's why I couldn't cut it off. I was like, what the hell? What'd he say? Oh, Lordship 2020. On IG. Wow. There we go. Hello, old friend. I miss my logo. So while we waiting for this to set it up with while we waiting to set it up with Zerban stuff, I'm gonna drop this on you. All right. Right off the vinyl.
Listen, baby.
Love me tender, baby. I don't like no pain. I don't like no pain. Make me surrender, sugar. When you call my name,
The name is Slick Rick.
rock me, roll on me, baby. Baby, don't you stop, don't you never stop. Wake me, woman, shake me, baby. I want your love a lot.
I can feel your body burning next to my flesh.
Like fire, hot fire. Girl, you can call me up.
Anytime you want some love.
Hey, baby.
Hey, baby.
Girl, you can call me up.
When you need some love and affection. Hey, baby.
Squeeze me and delight me, baby. Like you've never done before. You can do it, baby. Kiss me in those places, darling. Leave me over for more. Give me more and more. Give me so much pleasure, baby. Give me every bit you got. Give me every drop. Make me feel much better, baby. By telling me you never stop.
Say you won't stop. I can feel your body burning to my flesh.
Feel the fire, hot fire, baby. When you wanna hand the hold, when you're feeling all alone, just gotta call me up, baby. When you wanna do it all night, when you wanna make love right, just gotta call me up, baby. When you wanna hand the hold, when you don't wanna be alone, just gotta call me up, baby. When you wanna do it all night, when you wanna get love right, just gotta call me up. Hey, girl, you can call me up.
Some serious love.
Hey, baby, hey, baby, girl, you can call me up.
You want some serious funk. I'm right here with you, baby. Waiting for the serious funk. Well, I'm not gonna play with your emotions, baby. We're gonna get to the serious funk. Lay in my bed, talk straight from the head. Nothing else need be said. It's a funk.
Now you're live on the air. You're live on the air with the Zurban stuff.
All right. So yeah, I wanted to ask you. So what did you say? I want you to say what you said again about Jay Dilla, because that was really insightful.
Okay. Jay Dilla is very talented. He is up there with like top producers. Um, I just wish he wasn't so reliable on other people to make stuff happen, because where he from, there's a history of people making money staying independent. They just had to find somebody else to work with that can do whatever they're lacking. But for the amount of time that he was in the business, he could have learned those other things, but he was always dependent on a label or somebody else to to take care of him. You see what I'm saying? He was always over somebody else's studio. His studio got got robbed. You know what I'm saying? He flew all the way to L.A. to stay at somebody else's studio. I think it was Common. Um, and he was still working for that label from Palo Alto that moved to California. And that label had Mad Lib and other people on that label. Um, and another lady named Mudro or something like that. But he had some kind of disease, some kind of blood disease or something, and he was dying. And his mother.
Yeah, I know about that.
So if he was so successful, right? His mother lost her house by staying by his side in the hospital. He was so devoted to fulfilling those contracts that he was still working in his bed. They had to carry him over to a chair, sit him up. He's still working until he died, producing tracks. You see what I'm saying?
Man, that remind me of Blue, rapper named Blue, BLU. And if you see the E drop him, I don't know if you know what it is or not, but it's a rapper from he ain't from like old school type shit. He basically kind of new school. He rap like he old school, but he kind of hinted towards that, how he said chopping donuts on my deathbed. I know that was one of his rhymes in one of his songs. I don't know if you heard about Blue or not, but he has some dope music. Have you heard about him?
Nah, but what would if you made music and you knew you didn't have that much longer to live? What would you rather do? Dying watching TV on the hospital bed, or actually dying working on the track?
Yeah, probably working on the track. Honestly, I mean that's how you become legendary.
You know who did? You know who was the first to do that?
Longer.
You know who was the first to do that?
Who?
A jazz artist by the name of Sun Ra. Sun Ra.
Whose song?
Sun Ra.
Songs? I mean, I'm guessing he got sampled or something.
Well, let me tell you, he was so sickly that they brought him on stage in a hospital gurney, and he would stick one arm off the bed and play the piano with one hand, because that's all the energy he had left, is to move that arm and put it on the piano. Sun Ra.
That's crazy. I ain't that dedicated.
Well, Sun Ra is the godfather of being conscious, and I'm surprised that none of these communities, that these conscious people, talk about him, because he was the first to dress like a Hebrew Israelite. He was the first.
Conscious. Do you mean conscious in like what we talking about? Well, the sectors we be in type of conscious, or like conscious in like, a hard worker or something
Well,
like
I'm
that?
talking about like the pro-black community, right?
Right.
Sun Ra was the first to dress like a Nuwapian or a Hebrew Israelite. He wore the fashion first. He coined the concept, and he created the style that Parliament, X-Clan, Hebrew Israelites, Nuwapians, anybody who wanted to wear fashion from Egypt or Morocco or whatever. Sun Ra actually went to Egypt and brought artifacts back with him, and he had those objects on stage. He had real staffs and stuff like that. And Sun Ra invented the first black science fiction movie with his own jazz soundtrack. It was called Space is the Place. Now later on there was a electro song called Space is the Place, during the 80s. But all of that stuff, the what's that group? Jam on It.
So they get down on it.
Jam on It. That was
Jam on It.
Yeah, Wiki. I'm just saying those groups and all that stuff. That Sun Ra was the godfather. Parliament, with all that stuff they were wearing, and even Blowfly. these dudes were the founding fathers of being funky and different and being like Afrocentric. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I used to hear about Blowfly when I was younger. People like, yeah, Blowfly was that person. You know what I'm saying? But that's crazy because I'm wondering like how did they? I don't know because I feel like it seems like people get they music or they bearings from an earlier music tradition, and it's the craziest thing about hip hop is because like people from who do hip hop music, especially back then in the 80s and 90s, they get that from like they will take samples or their producers will take samples from earlier songs that didn't sound nothing like that until they remix it.
Yeah, because they heard it in their house. Their parents were playing the music, and they heard it.
Yeah.
Yeah. My great grandmother had 78 records laying around, and I used to play them just to see what they sound like. I was listening to Michael Jackson and stuff in Parliament at the time, but I was like, damn, what's this? These thicker, heavier records. What is this? He said, oh, those are 78s. So I started playing them just to see what they sound like,
Mm-hmm. So what made you feel like putting it into hip hop music? That's the thing that I cannot fathom. Like, how do people put that into hip hop music?
Well, people use samples as a crutch. I prefer to use smaller samples. Like if I hear a sound in a record, or if I hear a sound out in nature, I would sample that and use it in my song. You can make anything sound like
you just said people use samples as a crutch. That's kind of crazy. Cause like, you know what I'm saying? You can make a sample out of anything. And for example, it's a song called NASA, right? By this group called Underachievers, and they took a song by people called the M-Tunes, and they took that and evolved that into what they made it to. Now, if you never heard the original song, you wouldn't know what the sample came from. But the person who produced it was like so good at it that it's just like, I don't know, like it's like, would you call it like a shortcut or like, I don't know, it's crazy to me. There is something like that.
Look, that's why I want you to do music, because to loop a sample, it doesn't take rocket science. You just gotta know what you're doing, right? To loop a sample. But if you want to hear a album where people use sampling to its highest ability, there's a group out here that their parents do plastic surgery and stuff, right? And liposuction, plastic surgery and liposuction, and then they have cages with test rats in it or guinea pigs or whatever, right? So they went into the doctor's office. They took all those tapes that their parents recorded, and they made jazz tunes out of them, out of the sample sounds from the surgeries. And they took a screwdriver and tapped on the rat cage to make like xylophone sounds and stuff like that. So for every song, they give you written down everything that they sample and how they use it to make that song, and it just sounds like a regular smooth jazz album, but it's all sampled sounds that they use to make the instruments.
And you think that's easier?
No, it's not easier. I'm saying that's what I call sampling. When somebody if somebody take the OJs or SOS band or higher players and loop it, I could teach my son at 20 months to do that. That ain't shit. But sound design, like once you had your feel of that, now it's time to get into sound design. Whether you're using samples or you're using synthesizers, virtual synthesizers. Now I designed my own. I think I designed a Strand synth. They have different types of synths that you can design virtually now. And people don't even know. Like people play a keyboard, they call it a synthesizer, but there's different types of synthesizers. There's different types of samplers. There's things called pad sounds, and there's another thing called where you break up the sound into a million pieces, and I can't think of, and you make a sound out of that, but I can't remember what that's. Oh, granular synthesizing. See what I'm saying? I'm glad that today you can. All right, I'll give you another example. What's up, Evelyn? You been listening? Cool. I'm glad you in the bushes. Um, yeah, they don't know about Parliament because Bernie Worrell was on that keyboard giving those spiritual sounds. Bernie Worrell from Heatwave, and that's where I got my group name from a phrase that he invented. But like I said, with sampling, let me give you just a little short breakdown on sampling. When Public Enemy made their first album, hello.
Right.
When
I'm
Public
listening.
when Public Enemy made their first album, they didn't have a sampler that sampled long enough for them to make their beat. So they used to take a reel to reel and they would cut the tape and make a perfect loop with the tape. And then they would play the loop beat on reel to reel, and then the DJ would scratch over they would lay down the tracks. And that's how they did the first album of Public Enemy. It's just a bunch of reel to reel loops. But at the time, there was a sampler called the SB12 that was around, but it didn't sample long enough. And what people did was they would play the sample fast, sample it, and then pitch it down, and then it would sound normal, and then your sample time was longer. So if you don't have a history with traditional, organic, modern instruments, and then you don't have a history using hardware machines, samplers and keyboards like the Emax 2, the EPS, the ASR 10, the Akai, the SB12, etc., the DoD 40. Then when you step into the game going straight to software, there's a whole wealth of knowledge that you're missing, and that's going to reflect in your music. And when you hear somebody who has a history with software and hardware and traditional instruments, his music is going to be different. He's not going to make beats using quantization all the time. He's going to turn the quantization off so it can have a more human feel on the beat.
So now when you say things like quantization, most people, I will assume, don't know what that means. Like, we don't know what that means when it comes to quantization.
Oh, quantization. All right, when you using like I don't want to diss Fruity Loops because a lot of people work hard to make that software. So when you use a more simplified way of being creative, like Fruity Loops and stuff, the beat is gonna. Chances are the default is 120 BPMs and 4/4 time signature, right? So
BPMs is in beats per minute.
Right.
Right.
So, and 4/4 is like every time you count 4, that's a measure. Like 1, 2, 3, 4. That's one measure. 2, 2, 3, 4. That's two measures. That's two beats. That's two beats put together, right? That's the most infantile beat you can make, and most commercial music is made that way so it can be easily consumed and easily sold and easily copied when that person gets old, and they get another young person in to do the same shit, and they sell it to another generation. All right. So when you make a beat using Fruity Loops or whatever, the beat is going to have perfect quantization, meaning the timing is going to be unreal. It's going to be, no human can have perfect timing like a machine. So it's a very robotic feel, and that's why some people have a problem with music made with technology. But we was one of the first groups that said just because you use technology to make music, you don't have to sound like it. Yeah, we use technology. It's like the commercial group, the one that tried to sound futuristic, Black Eyed Peas. All right, when they came out and they tried to sing futuristic, right? They were retro futuristic. They were 1975, 1980 futuristic. And Kraftwerk had already been around forever, and they had already put out that image years ago. Because today, if you want to sound futuristic, you have to tell somebody, hey, that wasn't a band. That was just one dude on the computer. And they go, what? That wasn't a band? No, that's just one guy on the computer. That's futuristic. All that bleep, blurb, zap, blip, zip, blip stuff is this cheesy, retro, futuristic stuff. Retro. Just like Star Trek sound effects. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I agree with that because it's like, the Black Eyed Peas
Right on,
definitely
grown
was
folks.
more, what they call it.
I played your intro earlier, Mr. Grown Folks. Go ahead, Observer. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I can't see the comments right now, but yeah, like I know like people who do things like how they did. They're more futuristic. Just like kind of, I'm sure, which I haven't listened to his new music, but I'm sure Lil Uzi Vert has some futuristic sounds in his, in his repertoire, things like that. But one last question before I get out of here: what sparked your interest in the music industry to work into it?
What sparked my interest in getting into music?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm from Motown, and my father was a fan of Marvin Gaye and Tammy Terrell, and stuff like that. And he wanted to sing himself. His cousin was one of the original members of the Supreme before they finally got the final people that was going to be in the Supremes. And my mother was a lounge singer, and my father's father was a doo-wop singer. And then on my mother's side, Count Basie was my great uncle. So everybody wanted to make music, and I got shipped to another school in another district, and they had a music program. And my father had an African instrument called the kalimba, because Earth, Wind, and Fire had this new song where they played the kalimba at the beginning, and everybody went and bought one. You could not find a kalimba in America. They were sold out in all the music stores when that Earth, Wind, and Fire song came out. And my father
would... How old were you around the time?
I was probably between 5 and between 5 and 9. And and Parliament's music, Sir No's album was very powerful. It was very spooky. The cover art was very spooky. When I saw grown folks dancing to the music, I thought it was very spooky. I thought they were damn near getting busy on the dance floor. And that even though Parliament's music was very good and very entertaining, and rappers sampled it and everything, the Parliament's music was very demonic, because every album, Parliament set up people. Because and George Clinton was a doo-wop singer before he did funk. He actually combined a funk band with the doo-wop band, and he formed one band called Parliament Funkadelic. And his background singers were opera singers. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, his background.
Yeah, so it kind of got you to combining how things were. You know what I'm saying? Combining music, basically. Is that what that was?
Yeah, but the thing was that look how that flows though. George Clinton was a doo-wop singer. He had a funk band, and he had opera singers as background singers. You know what I'm saying? And
right.
Yeah, because even Rick James had the. It was Rick James. And he had a name for the band, and he had a name for the singers, the background singers. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think that was a common trend at that time.
But wait, let me tell you something though. Oh, it was Rick James and the Stone City Players, and something about the women. They had a name too. But if you want to see the full Rick James, you have to watch him live in Hamburg, 1982. Rick James live in Hamburg. He was no different than a Stevie. He played all the same instruments Stevie played, except he played the guitar too, the bass. But he played the piano, he played the harmonica. He played classical music with funk instruments at the beginning. and he had the Stone City Players along with the female backgrounds. I don't know what they were called, but the thing with Parliament was every album had a religious theme where Jesus won. It was like a story, and every Parliament album, Jesus won at the end of the story, right?
Right.
But he was promoting sex and drugs and stuff at the same time. But the baby Star Child, he was the Jesus figure. Star Child would save the day at the end of every album. Well, the last album, guess what? See, he got you to love and trust the music and ride with and roll with the music, right? Because Star Child was winning and Star Child was the good figure. But a lot of people like Sir Nose. So Nose was the devil. He was the demon. He was the pimp. And when the guy came out on stage with the long nose and the pimp suit, women used to go crazy. And on the last album, Sir Nose defeated Star Child. Star Child used to defeat the devil with the bop gun. But on the last album, Sir Nose won. So after all of those great albums where the Jesus figure won and sucked everybody in, on the last album,
Wait, who are these people again? Who are these people? Say them again.
Parliament Funkadelic. They had everybody on the album. They had everybody on this religious crusade. A Star Child won.
So was this like an album that was like this crazy? So it was like an album that was like was it like behind the scenes type shit? Or was
No,
it
what
like,
I'm saying is a lot of albums have either a political or religious theme to it, right? And some albums have political and religious. Like if you look at Bob Dylan, if you look at the dude from the Beatles, he was murdered for
Bob Dylan dope as fuck.
Well, yeah, because he managed to live because the dude from the Beatles was murdered for his lyrics. John Lennon was shot on this balcony. He was shot on this balcony for his lyrics. You see what I'm saying? So, so George Clinton had this religious theme to his music where each figure represented something, right? And Star Child was the hero, and Star Child could get rid of evil with his bop gun. Star Child was the Jesus figure. Sir Nose was the dark angel, the devil, the pimp, the dealer. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, they sound mad, like crazy and negative because the hero dies. From what you said, like the hero.
And on the last album, after they done got everybody to love the music and the group and the storyline, on the last album, George Clinton hands everybody over to Sir Nose, the devil. And nobody talks about this. And
he had a point with that, because all the music is like alluding to the devil. Well, people who in that and who ain't in it, they all, not they all, but a lot of them allude to certain satanic things. It's just how the industry is.
Well, I think, but wait. But when you have people who are masters of the keyboard and masters of the string instrument in charge, you're dealing with frequencies, you're dealing with music, and you're dealing with vibrations, and you're dealing with sonic tones that can program the human mind and encourage them to do things that they may not intended to do. And then you put incantations on top of that. You put words. See, that takes us back to the power of the loop. The loop is hypnotizing. The loop never grows, it never graduates. That's why it's only 12 numbers on the clock. It's an endless loop. If there was 13 numbers, then you could break the loop. It would be progression, because not even the earth rotates at an equal loop. You see what I'm saying? It doesn't go around the sun equally.
Oh, yeah,
it doesn't rotate equally. There's only a certain time when there's an equinox, and that happens once a year. There's a
Yeah,
solstice.
and they
There's a
use
solstice and the
certain
equinox.
vibrations. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
There's people think that a day has 24 hours, but everything comes in threes. Even the concept of a day has three types. You either go by the solar day, where you count from 12 to 12, from 12 in the afternoon back to 12 in the afternoon, or you count when the sun rises over the from the horizon and sets. And then there's the other one. There's three ways for everything is in threes. That's why we have a leap year to adjust for that unevenness. So the reason why people had a problem with digital music is because there was no swing to it. And what human does, just like our planet, it swings. They even had a term of music called a style of music called swing dance. And today they got swing hop. You see what I'm saying? So
like, I disagree with that a little bit when it comes to when you say they didn't have a swing to it, because all the popular music has a swing.
all right, head nodding your head is different from swinging. All right, people are so used to synthetic, inhuman, perfect timing that it took a long time for us to get a singer to sing on this beat that was made with a computer, but it had a lot of swing to it because it wasn't quantized. So I'm gonna give you a final example because I can really expand on this. But if you compare one of Marvin Gaye,
I know, we going for a minute.
all right, but check it out. If you compare one of Marvin Gaye songs, from Motown to a John Legend song, all right, the difference is Marvin Gaye's song was recorded analog, and it was with people on instruments, and they didn't have a MIDI clock. They didn't have a quantization clock to keep them in perfect timing. They had to feed off each other, right? And then they had to do several takes of different parts of the song because the song was broken into the intro, the verses, the chorus, the hook, the bridge, the coda. You know what I'm saying? So when they're in the studio, they're recording these different parts because they might play it better this time, or after playing it 5 times or 10 times, now they played it very well. So then comes the guy who cuts the tape. He's going to cut the tape to take all the best parts and put them together to make one song, right? Now you could do this with Pro Tools or Cubase or whatever. But then there was an actual guy with a reel-to-reel and a razor blade and Scotch tape, and he was cutting the tape. So when you play the song back, it doesn't have perfect timing because the humans are swinging on the beat, and the edit to the tape is not perfect. That's why these songs by John Legend and these guys, they won't capture the kind of soul that they had because it was their imperfections that made the song what it was. Today you can make perfect music with perfect timing, and you can use computers to have perfect pitch and all of that stuff, and really it doesn't matter because it was all about the soul, the vibe, and the swing and the feel of the song more than the perfection of the different things that were in the song. As long as you had good musicianship, all the other stuff didn't matter. You know what I'm saying?
So that song, "Ordinary People," you think that was like tainted?
What?
By John Legend.
Okay, that song was a well written song, right?
Right.
Now, if you heard whoever wrote the original and heard the original recording, you would probably say, damn, that's how that song should have been sung. But because you don't have a reference point, and a lot of us don't, because they control your reference point. You see what I'm saying? Whoever got a monopoly over presenting the music to you, like a company like Clear Channel used to have a monopoly, they control your reference point. So all you got is John Legend's version to go by. You see what I'm saying? But I give you another example. If you listen to Roberta Flack and then you listen to Lauryn Hill, singing a Roberta Flack song and rapping to it, you'll go, oh my God, all this time I thought Lauryn Hill was the most incredible singer. I thought she was so talented in her singing. Now, Lauryn Hill is a great rapper, and in hip hop, you don't have to be a perfect singer. Look at Mary J. Blige. You don't, but when you listen to Roberta Flack sing the songs, I got Roberta Flack greatest hits. If you listen to her sing it and you hear her duet with Donny Hathaway, that's a whole nother world. When you listen to Patrice Rushen and then you listen to Alicia Keys, that's night and day. But if you don't have Patrice Rushen as a reference, you won't get it. You see what I'm saying? Mary J sings Patrice Rushen songs and turn them around. And Mary J sung over Roy Ayers songs and changed the lyrics. But if you listen to Roy Ayers, you know, Coffee is the Color, Red, Black, and Green, We Live in Brooklyn, Jesus Christ Superstar, you be all fucked up. These songs don't fuck you up. They just cool.
Wow.
They just have you nodding your head until the next thing come. And I see you, Evelyn. I'm reading. Oops. I'm reading what you're saying. I'm just not typing. In the.
Are you shuffling tarot cards?
No, I got the iPad on a tripod and I bumped it by accident.
Okay.
Cause I got the tripod up to the mic.
That's gonna save a lot of people right there, though. You said about Lauryn Hill. Lauryn Hill was like one of my favorite. Literally, she's one of my favorite MCs of all time.
Man, fuck Lauryn Hill.
Oh no! Don't say that. That's no. You the first person I heard to say that.
She unprofessional, and so amazing. If you learn how to use all this stuff. And if I'm telling you right now, if you took guitar lessons for 6 to 8 weeks, and then you listen to Lauryn Hill live, MTV Unplugged, right? You'll go, damn. You say, damn, she got away with murder. All she played was 2 chords on each song. Now,
I still have to disagree with the fuck Lauryn Hill thing. I just can't.
No, I'm kidding. I love Lauryn Hill, but she's no Roberta Flack. There was only one Roberta Flack. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Lauryn Hill, when she was on MTV Unplugged, she was crying and the audience wasn't. It should be the other way around. I should have been able to listen to Lauryn Hill Unplugged and I should have been the one in tears. I should have been the one that wanted to go and apologize to my lady or something like that. You ain't you can't sit down and listen to Roberta Flack's greatest hits album and be able to be the same after listening to that. You know what I'm saying?
So what's 2 albums by her?
I don't know. I just got her greatest hits. But look, Lauryn, the only reason Lauryn Hill is great is because she was trying to do Roberta Flack. She was paying tribute. She was paying homage. She was paying homage to Roberta Flack, but she should have mentioned her name every now and then. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, Lost Ones. Roberta Flack did Lost Ones.
Killing Me Softly.
Okay.
A lot of people sung that. But you got to hear Roberta Flack sing it. She said, "I appreciate you more than you know. I love the attention you're in your class. I always learn something every time. Thank you, Evelyn, for sure." Look, right now in my collection, somebody wrote a song called "Say a Little Prayer for Me," right? And there was a time where when somebody wrote a great song and you considered yourself a great singer, it's buffering. There was a time when if you considered yourself a great singer, you had to sing some of the greats that were ever written. And you had to sing it well. So They don't have that today. Where if you if you a great singer and you wanted to prove to everyone that you was a great singer on the commercial level, you would have to sing songs like "Send in the Clown" or "Say a Little Prayer for Me" or something like that, right? And these songs are timeless. So in my collection right now, I have 5 different people who sing "Say a Little Prayer for Me." I got Aretha Franklin, I got Diana Ross, I got Dionne Warwick, and a few other people singing that same song on vinyl in my collection. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I'm like also, but then again, you got Pusha T, who sung he made the McDonald's theme song, and he made money off of that.
Okay, well that's another argument. See, in America, the only thing that considered great or valuable is the things that made money. And we are not the majority spenders. So what you're saying is the people that don't like you, that don't look like you, is buying everything that you create because somebody who don't look like you said that you was great. I don't know how you can find pride in that because you wasn't great until they spent money on you and they told their people that you was great. There's a lot of people that won't buy.
Pride, no. Money, yes.
Well,
Pride,
well,
no. Money, yes.
well, I'm just saying some people won't. Some people wait until the Grammys to buy an album because they think if it's on the Grammys, it must be good. So
Well, yeah, cause I mean, it's a dude it's a dude named HD Bendope. It's actually a lot of rappers who they tour in Europe, and they get a lot of sales in Europe, but they don't make it big in America at all. In America, you wouldn't know this person at all. You could walk right past them, wouldn't know who they were.
Well, that's a good thing. Money. Well, Miles Davis did too. A lot of people like Miles Davis, they didn't even have to perform in America anymore because when they performed in America, their own people couldn't afford to go see them. They wasn't allowed in half the places they performed at, like Satchmo Page and all these people. But I can use another example. I don't have to use the overseas thing. There's a guy named what's his name? Oh, Tech Nine. Okay, Tech Nine performed. He performed in America, right? He do tours in America.
Right.
He don't get radio play. He sell merchandise and stuff like that, right? He sell his albums, right? Well, if Forbes Fortune 500 in the rap part, he made more money than 50 Cent, and this is at a time when 50 Cent has the TV show.
And you know what? And that's crazy because I don't understand that because Tech Nine is from the same state, not city, but the same state that I'm from, and you know, I guess where I'm from, the city I'm from is a little bit different than cities around this area, but he cool, but we don't really fuck with him like that. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it's weird. It's like crazy how he gets so big.
That's because it's always good to be the artist. It's always good to be the artist from far away. All the artists from here is popular in those little weed growing towns up and down the coast. All the artists from my area are popular either way up north or way down south because it's good to be the person from far away. So when artists from here go down to Humboldt County and all these other places and all the way down to San Diego, they sell out crowds because they happy to see somebody come through there because their city ain't like the major tourist cities. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And they feel like people don't think they exist. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and it's different because like other cities outside the country, they can't really do that. Just from what I see anyway. You know what I'm saying? Most people do that.
We don't want to talk about.
It's very few.
I'm trying to keep it here, but what we think about, we can't imagine the mind state of a consumer in another country. Now they're slowly trying to brainwash the youngest generation to make them like American consumers. But it's been a very hard struggle because I'll give you an example. after the World War, there was no such thing. Even before that, there was no such thing as commercial radio. America was the only one tried to commercialize radio. In Europe, they had small stations that reached maybe a certain amount of miles. Like here, it take a station with 100,000 watts to reach 600 households, right? But then,
Right.
but
And
but but in
go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
but wait, but in Europe, a station with only with only a station that can only go maybe 25 or 30 miles can reach the same amount of people. And it's a small independently ran radio station. You know what I'm saying? And they're gonna play.
Right. I see what you're saying, but I feel like Americans, Black Americans especially, set trends globally.
Okay, well here we go. Here we go. I like being the devil's advocate and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, that's perfectly fine. I like that too. Go ahead.
And I like talking to someone of your generation, and we kind of represent generations, right? All right, so I wanna help you with that argument because we have to watch our ego, right? Some of the greatest music ever made was jazz music. And jazz is not from America because all the instruments are from around the world, right? The time signature, when you said 4/4, that's a common American time signature. The rest of the world don't use 4/4. The rest of the world don't even have a solar calendar. We the only people that use a solar calendar. You see what I'm saying? The biggest jazz festival in the world is not in America. The biggest blues festival in the world is not in America. The biggest electronic music festival that we invented is not in America. You see what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying, but I feel like Black Americans, you know, like us, play a huge part in music overall.
Yeah, but I think that nobody should try to take credit for that in the past 4 generations because people work too hard to spread music on their own long before movies and commercial radio. Black soldiers that were stationed in Germany and places like that were protecting people and saving people's lives, they would leave the barracks and go play music in the local jazz clubs. You see what I'm saying? Most towns in Europe was either built by a corporation or a church after the war. You see what I'm saying? So you have a city like Bayer in Germany, so you can guess who built that city. Bayer Aspirin. Everybody got money. Everybody worked for the Bear factory. They spend money in clubs. They got the American base protecting the area. Guess who's in the club playing music?
I would assume
the black jazz artist.
Yep.
The black jazz artist.
Yep.
Okay. When
Exactly. Just
all right.
what I was finna say.
Now I think that it's naive to think that, you know, like whatever, some like 20 years ago, Wu-Tang or somebody had an influence on Europe and Japan and all this. Look, when they bombed Japan, when they bombed Hiroshima and Nagasaki, name what rapper went over there and did a tour and a concert to raise money to help them people.
Oh, nobody.
Yeah, John Coltrane went over there. It was his last. It was his last concert. It was so he had to ride the train so much because you had to get everywhere by train, and it was so. It took so much of his soul that he couldn't perform. He couldn't tour again after that. It was just too. But it was like his pilgrimage to Japan. And he didn't know the language, but they communicated through the music. The music represented us and told them, hey, whatever propaganda you've been getting from the man or American government about us. All that negativity and all that news about us being terrible people. Here's who we really are, and you get the information from us in the form of sound. This is me. You are you. We both, believe in God, and we both love life, and we're not so different. John Coltrane paved the way so rappers and singers and everybody else could come after. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I agree with that because the way I feel like artists, American artists especially, and majority of them being African American, set a trend globally that other people, base their music off of.
All right, but how far? Wait. How far do you want to go back? I mean, this is true, but that shouldn't be something that needs to be said because that's just like somebody saying, "I take care of my kids," or "I never been to jail," or you see what I'm saying? Because
No. The reason I say it is because of what things are based off of. I heard people from the UK doing trap rap. It sounds awful. But
all right.
You know what I'm saying? They do trap rap music. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but they had
not even just them.
But they're trying to copy American trap, but they already had their own music that was similar called rhyme and grime. The UK producers was using computers before the American producers. The American producers were taking their machines to the studio so the white engineers could mix and master their music. And then they was learning how to do the black music since the black artists have to depend on the engineers to finish their songs, those dudes was learning from them. You see what I'm saying?
All right, so
Look, but wait.
American.
Wait. In America,
Go ahead.
if you was black and you was not really middle class, right?
Right.
And you wanted to be a music artist, you would sit back and go, if they didn't have no music programs and you wasn't in the church, you would go, damn, how can I get in the game, right? So the only thing you could do is show up. You show up at the club, you ask the DJ for the mic, you show up at your white friends or Jewish or Mexican or Filipino or Japanese friend house because their parents bought them the machine that your parents couldn't afford. Their parents bought them Reason 3. And your parents ain't, you don't even own the computer, let alone the software. So now you got an Asian homie, a white homie, or a Jewish homie, and you go over his house, and you ain't even got to bring your own mic. You just show up.
And you're right.
Right.
You're right about that. You're right about that, because I'm like, shit, well, you can see what I look like. Most people don't know what I look like, but I'm a very light-skinned black person. But like, I was like, man, if I could, I'd sing my ass off, make a bunch of money. You know what I'm saying? Because, you got trends set by, American people.
Yeah, but wait. I'm finna break that trend idea. I'm finna break that down to you. I'm gonna have you discombobulated. Because look.
Mm-hmm.
All right, where did the first sheet music come from? Where human beings wrote down music notation on paper or scrolls or whatever to make musical notes on paper. Where did that come from?
The Romans, Europe.
No, Ethiopia.
Oh wow!
Okay.
So it came from Africa.
Ethiopia. Okay, where? What was the first instrument that man knew in Africa?
I don't know.
It was the human body, and then he put shakers.
Oh,
and
that's
then
a cheat.
And then he put noisemakers on the body, and then after that he proceeded to carve the flute, the lute, and the xylophone, and the harp. And no two instruments sound the same. No two flutes sounded the same. And if they was playing a horn type of instrument, instead of having valves where you can play different notes with the valve and adjust your embouchure to produce higher pitches and stuff, you would have to line up 7 people if you wanted to play 7 different notes in a rhythm, you would have to line up 7 people, which each instrument had a different note, and they had to know when to play it. You see what I'm saying?
And that doesn't take away from my idea about like that being from black people.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like that's a given. That's like saying the first that people came from Africa and the black people were first, and then everybody came from Africa out of black people. It's the same with the music. Sheet music was created in Ethiopia, so when you hear classical music, it came from us. The earliest classical music written by black people came from the 1800s, I think, maybe the 1400s. You could actually take a course in school on black classical music. But whenever we did something, and this is where I come in. Whenever we do something, if they don't see a way of making money off of it, or they don't like the kind of influence the sounds will have on the people, they ignore it. So when somebody like Scott Joplin came out, they said, oh, that music is low class, only because Scott Joplin was black and he made the music. Scott Joplin knew how to write music, and he knew how to play what he wrote. And a lot of black people play by ear. So the people who play by ear didn't understand Scott Joplin. They just thought they was cool and they could play well and everybody liked it. But when everybody died of syphilis, the only person was remembered was the person that could leave his sheet music on the table. So Scott Joplin will always be remembered because he knew how to read and write music. He was in the World's Fair, and he was the first to go platinum with his music, and it wasn't even on CD or record. Everybody had a piano in their house, and Scott Joplin sold millions of copies of his sheet music. You see what I'm saying? And he knew how to save his money. And you know what he did? He wrote a musical based on his music, and one of his friends who couldn't write music that was dying, he said, hey, man, I was wrong. You need to know how to write music because they're not going to remember me. And he said, Scott, could you write some of my songs down so I would be remembered? And Scott said, yes. And Scott died of the same thing that his friend died of, syphilis. That doesn't make them great. It just makes them good at making a dish that people love to consume. That's why Motown was so successful, because they knew that they could make soul in a way that it could be consumed, because there were other labels better than Motown, but the music was too deep and too heavy and too soulful. Do you understand? There were 3 other record labels across the street from Motown. One of them was California Records, and George Clinton left Motown and went across the street to California Records because Motown didn't want to put out what Parliament was making. You see what I'm saying? So back to my other point about blacks in music. Blacks was not the first to put 2 turntables together.
No, we made it better. We made music better, in my opinion.
All right, look. Blacks people are very talented musicians, right? Like I said, when I read a book on the history of black music from Africa to ancient times all the way to blues in America. So this book was written by an Ethiopian music theologist, and it went from Africa to America, and it stopped at the blues region. But you know why they stopped at the blues? Because everything else.
Why would they?
Because everything is a different variation of the blues. Gospel, R&B, all that stuff is just a country. All that's just a different variation of the blues. But anything that your generation considers white music used to be black music. It's just that blacks had moved on to do something else, and the white people carried it on. So if you go to EDM and techno and all these raves and all that bullshit, black people had already been there and done that. You see what I'm saying?
Is this you or me moving around?
No, I kicking this tripod. But what I wanted to say is, before Africa got westernized, everybody instrument was unique, and no 2 instruments sound the same, even though they had the same instrument. You see what I'm saying? And but now they play the electric guitars in Africa. They play the keyboards. They play the saxophones. If it's either C sharp soprano, E flat alto, or B flat tenor, or whatever. When Western civilization came, it simplified the instruments. Right, a piano. When an African plays a harp, it's very intricate and very sophisticated. So the man came and said, "Oh no, that instrument is too deep. Let me lay it on this side and put some hammers in a box, and then we strike the strings with the hammer, and then our fingers will only touch the white keys and the black keys, and we'll make more white keys than black keys, and then we'll make the black keys the minor numbers." The minor sound, because those sounds sound kind of eerie, so we'll relate those eerie sounds to black people or blackness. But the minor sounds is the most important sounds you'll ever hear, the most emotional sounds. And when you listen to jazz and blues or anything that's really deep, it's all about the black keys. You see what I'm saying? And the same way. I mean, why would you put a harp in a box and then attach it to these keys that hit the hammer on the string? That's ridiculous when you can just touch the string with your bare hands and transfer your soul and your sweat and your blood and your tears directly into the instrument. Why do you have to have this thing in between you and the instrument? You know why they did that? So they could have an equal playing field between you and them. So when they came up with the sampler and all that stuff, now the white boys can compete with you because they made creativity an equal playing field. If you would have stuck with the acoustic guitars and the xylophone and the trumpet and the cornet and the bugle and the flute and the clarinet and all that stuff, it made it harder for them to compete with you. But when you let them computerize your soul and put it in a sampler and a machine in a box, now it's about intellect, and they can equally compete with you when they use technology to go against you. So when I talk about Europe, they was first to embrace the technology when we were still messing with machines and boxes. And they knew what they lacked in soul, they could make up for it in fidelity. So they call your music low. They call your music lo-fi because their music have such a high fidelity, but they don't have the same kind of soul. But sometimes they do, because I'm gonna let you know, Houdini album. I have to use these old school rappers as a reference because everybody copies them. Houdini first album was made in London, and you can't tell me that album wasn't a ghetto anthem. It wasn't the most ghetto album you ever heard, and it wasn't all over the ghetto. If your song has a title, if you have a song titled "I'm a Hoe," you can't get more ghetto than that. That song was not produced in America. Houdini first tour was not in America. That music was produced by Europeans, and Marvin Gaye. All Marvin Gaye albums was produced by the Funk Brothers, but the last two albums was produced in Germany and Belgium, and that was the first time you heard a drum machine because they were using technology before us. They had the first recording studio. They had the first samplers. They cost $500,000 each. They was the first to put two turntables next to each other, and they was the first to make an album with a synthesized keyboard. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Human Nature would have not been made if it wasn't for a European group called Enya that did the intro.
Wow. So my thing is, like, I feel like Black Americans really made music evolve more than it was before. I'm not saying we made it. I'm not saying we made music, no, but we made it evolve from where it was before to what it is now.
Yes.
And and I would say more, but it's late where I'm at, so
I got you.
yeah, right. Hey, yeah, I gotta get up out of here. But it's been dope. You know what I'm saying? I wish, yeah, if it had been at an earlier time, I would definitely continue the conversation.
Well, I know I'm sorry for going late. This is the only time I'll be having to go on. But I'm gonna tell you one thing that Marvin Gaye Midnight Love album. Like when Marvin Gaye was strung out living in a van in Amsterdam, they found him and cleaned him up, and they recorded 2 albums worth of music, and he came back to Hollywood and made Midnight Love and another album. And I played one of the songs from that album called My Third World Girl, and you heard Marvin Gaye hit his throat with his hand to make an effect that they haven't even invented yet. And Marvin Gaye was the first to do his own background singing in a song. And
that's wild. So was that the Grapevine song, or was that after that?
That's the Funk Brothers and Motown. But Marvin Gaye had moved to Europe, and he was living in Amsterdam. He wasn't making music anymore. He was just partying.
Okay, yeah, it makes sense.
They found him and got him off of drugs and started recording with him again.
That's crazy.
So I'm just saying.
You know what?
I'm just saying that.
Yeah, go ahead.
That was before Houdini, right? Now that song "Hypnotized" by Biggie Small. Remember, you know the song "Hypnotized"? All right. Well, the original song is made by Herb Alpert. You can look him up. Herb Alpert. Now you could say, "Oh, when Biggie did that song, it was a hit around the world, and people was like going crazy, right?" But the song was already a hit by Herb Alpert, and it was an instrumental with a horn solo over it, right? So if you take that song and rap over it, it's still going to be a hit because people are going to remember the original song, even if they don't know where it came from. They heard it when they were little in their house. They heard their parents playing the original song, right? Well, Herb Alpert, 16-year-old nephew, wrote that song.
16?
Yeah, so the song was already old when Biggie Small used it, right? Then a grown man made the song and put it on his album, but his teenage nephew wrote the song. That song sold 30 million overseas. We didn't even count.
If I'm not mistaken, I think Biggie was about 22 or 23 at the time. Maybe a little bit older, but I could be wrong.
Well, the song was 20, maybe 15, 20 years old. Herb Alpert.
Damn.
Herb Alpert is from like the 80s.
Oh, so this dude was way older than Biggie.
Well, the label probably owns the rights to the music, so they just say, "Hey, do something with this. You ain't got to worry about paying nothing." You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So they already they're sitting in the office. They already know that these songs were hit in the past. Can your producer loop them and make something cool out of it? And that's what you do. You have a staff of people that take songs that were already hits, and then you know what I'm saying, and then you gives a rapper with the image and all the fake PR and all that stuff, and you blow the song up. But that song had already sold millions and made millions. It made 30 million overseas. It was written by a teenager for his uncle, who was a famous artist. And when Biggie used it, the same family get paid again.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, I'm gonna be listening in the chat though, cause my phone about to die.
All right, man.
I gotta.
Peace out.
But yeah, this is dope as fuck. I like this a lot.
Yeah, right on. I didn't know it was gonna. This is gonna be a show about intros, but you know.
Yeah, I didn't know it's gonna be this long either, cause I like this a lot. But next time I call in, I'm gonna have me a time plan.
Yeah, but tomorrow.
Yeah, this is dope.
I'll use Hangouts next time. I'll use 2 laptops at the same time, and do a. I'll have it hardwired in. It'll be like, like BBC or something. You know what I'm saying?
Or do you know what time? You can say your area, even though we don't live in the same area.
Well, I'm supposed to do a. My son has a meeting online at 1:30, so it'll either be before or after that. How many hours?
Yeah,
how many hours ahead are you?
Well, right now it's 4:43 a.m. Way longer than it should have been.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but right now it's like 4:43. So yeah. But I'm in quarantine, so yeah, I got time tomorrow. So.
All right. Well, on that note, I'm going to drop some Earth, Wind, and Fire.
All right. Peace out.
All right. Thanks for coming through. That was the Observant Stuff, y'all, in the building. Blessed us with his presence twice, and you don't get to hear him on too many shows, but I'm glad he's willing to speak over here. So cool. Right on, Observant.
Sincerely, I can say I love when they're straight. 'Cause I love you every day. Don't you wanna be like? Here we are, just who we are. Chances are we'll be the stars. Reflection in each other's eyes. Image of where our love will rise. Make it up for time we lost. Baby, you and I have paid the cost. Time we spent, oh, it's so long. Seeking out the right from wrong. Baby, my love, body of my body. Sincerely, I can say, oh, love will never go away. 7 nights and 7 suns. Spread the time, it all begun. Baby, please look in my eyes. In this doubt I have inside, I can teach you wonders of life and love and all it does. But show me how to give to you love that makes your dreams come true. Don't you wanna be? Oh, don't you wanna be?
Yeah, you're listening to Straight R&B HLS 100 on your FM dial, where we keep it 100 at all costs, at all times. Smooth radio with His Lordship, where you can ease your mind and ease your soul.
Spend it all. I have not money. We make it before we see it. You take it. Oh, make me wanna holler the way they do my life. Yeah. Make me wanna holler the way they do my life. This ain't living, this ain't living. No, no, baby. This ain't living. No, 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 no. To increase finance, bills pile up, sky high. Send that boy off to that. Oh, make me wanna holler the way they do my life. Yeah, make me wanna holler the way they do my life. Oh, hang us, let down, bad breaks, setbacks, natural. Fact is, oh, honey, that I can't pay my taxes. Oh, make me wanna holler and throw up both my hands. Yeah, it made me wanna holler and throw up both my hands. Oh, crime is increasing. Trigger happy, policing. Panic is spreading. God knows where we're headed. Oh, and
His Lordship HLS 100, bringing more of that soul for your mind, body, and spirit. Easy listening. We're going to cleanse some people today and help them sleep well tonight. All right? Look, this is what soul is all about. Okay?
always magic in the air. But when you're walking down that street and you ain't had enough to eat, the glitter rubs right off and you're nowhere. They say the women treat you fine on Broadway, but looking at them just gives me the blues. 'Cause how you gonna make some time when all you got is one thin dime, and one thin dime won't even shine your shoes. They say that I won't last too long on Broadway. I'll catch a Greyhound bus for home, they all say. But they're dead wrong, I know they are, 'cause I can play this here guitar, and I won't quit till I'm a star on Broadway. They say that I won't last too long on Broadway. I'll catch a bus for home, that's what they all say. But they're dead wrong, I know they are, 'cause I can play this here guitar, and I gon' quit till I'm a star on Broadway. I won't quit till I'm a star on Broadway. No, no, no.
Observer stuff on drums. Evelyn Underwood on harpsichord and clarinet. Grown Frogs on bass. You're listening to HLS 100. More soul, more music. Lordship on the radio. Watch out. So, I know you guys remember Digital Underground and you remember the song Freaks of the Industry. Well,
When you're laying so close to me, there's no place I'd rather you be than with me. Do it to me again and again. You put me in such an awful spin in a spin. Yeah.
Well, today, ladies and germs, it was all about the intros. And then we got off into some music talk and some miscellaneous subjects. But it was still about the music as a whole in a nutshell. I think it turned out to a well-rounded discussion. We had special guests that was totally unannounced, and we kept it going. And I'm gonna play, the next song. I want to be the last song, but it's so difficult to choose which song from the past to make as the last song. So I'm gonna leave it up to the audience. If I have an audience left, if I haven't made you come out of the woodworks, I want to choose between Living for the City, the long version, or Little Child Running Wild. Which one you want to end the show with? Stevie Wonder, Living for the City, including that little skit where he gets arrested, and Public Enemy sampled that for Black Steel and the Hour of Chaos, one of my favorite albums. Or Little Child Running Wild from the Curtis Mayfield, the movie, the movie soundtrack. So I know there's a delay. Let me know. Oh yeah, that's cool. My wife is teaching herself guitar right now. That's great, Evelyn. Which song should I end the show with? Living for the City or Little Child Running Wild? I kind of want to hear Little Child Running Wild. I want to hear Curtis. What about you? Yeah, I can see all now. Yeah, I can see too. Oh, Little Child Running Wild. Yeah, that's the one I want to hear. All right, cool. This will end the show right here. We'll end with this. Excellent choice.
Watch a while. You see, he never smiled. Broken home, mother gone, mama tired, so is all alone. Kinda sad, kinda mad, ghetto child, thinking he's been had in the back of the his mind, he said, didn't have to be here. You didn't have to love for me while I was just a nothing child. Why couldn't they just let me be, let me be, let me be, let me be? One room shack on the alley back. Control, I'm told, from across the track. Where is the mayor who make all things fair? He lives outside our polluted air. And I didn't have to be here. You didn't have to love for me while I was just a nothing child. Why couldn't they just let me be, let me be, let me be, let me be? I got a Jones running through my bones. I'm sorry, son, but all your mind is gone. Pain for rip.
Well, Big Brother is a trip. Some things happen, and Big Brother wanted to show me how powerful he was. You know, Big Brother, you know, he giveth and he taketh away. And what happened was Big Brother gave and took away simultaneously. He wanted my attention. He wanted me to stop this show and check on a few things. And when I checked on a few things, I was like, wow, That's a trip. Yeah, I can't go into detail, but right when the show ended, um, certain transactions were made, and then the show was allowed to come back on, and that was his way, or the machine, or the Illuminati letting me know that they right on top of everything. That's all I got to say. That was a big brother move right there. Cause your boy was on the roll. Your boy was saying a lot tonight. Oh, right on. hmm I was on the roll. But they are going to hit me up for those songs. And it says 5, so it's probably 4 people that's got the song in the background while they chilling. And I appreciate that. I appreciate the other people that's chilling. Cause I try to give that chilled out atmosphere. You know what I'm saying? I try to make my room sanctuary. Sanctuary. You feel me? That's right. You're right. God is on top. So let's see here. That's a trip, man. It got me all discombobulated right now. Yeah. Artwork. Yeah. Hezekiah. Yeah, this is the chill section, After the drama, you come through, you know. Oops. Whoops. After the screaming and the yelling and the doxing, I wasn't trying to do that. I was trying to find that wallpaper the video clip I've been using for the past few days in the background, but I can't find it. Oops, that's not it. And thank you very much. Thank you. One of these is it though. And this thing is freezing up. Yeah, my whole web the that's not it. But my whole thing went down. You know the the Google went down. That's what happened. Yeah. Yeah, that keep popping up, man. I don't even know why that keep popping up. Okay. Let me see what this is. All right. Yeah, I made some moves when I just like the artwork I've been using the past couple of days. It was similar to the real to real. I'm dragging this live on. It's just like how the OGs don't know how to end the song. They just keep going. Just like that on Broadway song, man. They was never gonna stop. But it was the jam though. Dude, let me see. I know, man. She blew up, man. LaTonton blew up. Can you believe that? If I knew that was going to happen, I would have trolled myself. You know what I'm saying? I mean, she got animation about her, all kind of stuff. Why I got two logos spinning up there? This is what I'm saying. I got to reduce all these files on here. It's too many files. It gets confusing. Okay. See, I didn't want to do that.
You hit my damn car, bitch. Trying to get fucking over. And I'm not gonna stop right now. I ain't. You stupid damn coming. See this? When you got crazy, I was actually going straight, trying to get, and luckily, I'm about to get out. When I get out, check the car. See, this is what I mean. When you got crazy people out here, I wasn't even getting over. I'm actually going straight. They trying to get over, and luckily, I'm about to get out. When I get out, check the car. And like the lady told me yesterday, ooh, damn it, man. You hit my damn car, bitch. Trying to get fucking over. And I'm not gonna stop right now because I ain't got time. And like the lady told me yesterday, ooh,
Yeah, but she funny in a Beverly Hillbillies type
you
of
hit
way.
my damn car, bitch. Trying to get fucking over. And I'm not gonna stop right now because I ain't got time.
My
You
little
stupid
amateur
child. You hit my
animation.
damn car. Dummy. When you got crazy people out here, I wasn't even getting over. I'm actually going straight. They trying to get over. And luckily, I'm about to get out. When I get out, check the car. People do not want to stop this, man. And like the lady told, ooh, damn it, man.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find the footage I was
And
using
like the lady told me yesterday, ooh,
in the background.
damn it, man. You hit my damn car, bitch. Trying to get fucking over. And I'm not
I
gonna
can't
stop right
find
now
it.
because I ain't got time. You stupid child. You hit my damn car. Dummy.
I did not
See, this is what
say.
I mean.
Oh, it's looping. Okay.
When you got people do not want to stop this, man.
I like the little 3D though. I like the little 3D stuff going on. Yeah. Damn it, man. I feel like I got a whole video folder missing. And I don't know where it's at. But, you know, it is all good. It's all good. I'm just searching. What you say? Hammer proper. Yeah. What you say, Hammer proper. Rap is not pop, it'll stop. I got a lot of files I gotta delete though. Now see, it's editing what I'm saying. I did not say that. That is not how it came out. This stuff is dangerous. You know what? What I'm searching for is I had this artwork playing in the background for the past couple of days when I went live yesterday and the other day, but I can't find it anymore because I got a billion folders. It was just something for the screen. Yeah, I got a billion folders, man. Yeah, I really don't know what I'm looking for. I mean, I know what I'm looking for. All right, look, this is what I'm looking for. I'm going to show you. This is what I'm really looking for. But I had made something already, and I'm trying to figure out. Oh. Oh. Now, you know what? I'm going to show y'all something crazy. I'm going to show you what I did not put in the diet. This is what almost made the diet intro. So this This is what didn't make see this channel gonna get flagged anyway for the music. So I mean not the channel but the video. They're gonna take it. So I might as well go all out. Since they ain't flagging me while I'm live. So here we go. Let's see. Damn, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm gonna show you these 8 clips. I'm gonna this is what didn't go into the diet video that almost did. I need to find something to put in the background. Gotta find a track. Well, I'll let the clip play anyway. Okay. Oh, the clip finished. I can't even see. I'm looking for a track. All right. Yeah, let's go out with a boom. So let me find some theme music that it's one of my old tracks, basically. All right, cool. Okay, we'll do this. Play some of my old tracks with this crazy footage. Y'all ready? Y'all ready for this? Rastafari. It's okay. All right, here we go.
Plus a whole lot of, and never could you kill corporation agree.
This almost made it into the diet video, but didn't make it.
Around the corner, caught a dog on a nap. So you took everything, hit it all with a map. You knew I pushed everything, lost it all, stole it back. Plus niggas these days don't know how to act. Many dogs in the pack with a gun and a rack. Take your best shot, cause you gon' get it back. Same street, same corner, same house with a lack. Same name, same game, same plan of attack. It was all planned out way before our beat. Many pawns in the game on ICE. Give me 24 hours, 7 days a week. It take all 12 months just to get my cheese. See, it panned out way before I beat. Many pawns in the game on ICE. Give me 24 hours, 7 days a week. It take all 12 months just to get my cheese. Gas hella high, but I'm still getting cash. Kept my system in the truck with hella shit on the dash. Cause they can't hold me down, got my port with a pass. Overseas VIP, alcohol in the flask. They can't make me stop cause I'm over the top. Put my money in the safe, keep the rest of my side. The guest list the best. Draw man, the mess switch, the gunsmith. One click, then you're non-existent. Won't follow me. Won't swallow me. Yeah. Hollow teas. This is how we do it in the place to be. 7 days a week. It take all 12 months just to get my cheese. See, it panned out way before I beat. Many ponds in the game, all ICE. Give me 24 hours, 7 days a week. It take all 12 months just to get my cheese. See, I'm making to some well-known. Yes, the was the edge of us, so I know you don't see me. It's ya, oh man, it's not me. If I offer it, why damn it? It's now making to some well-known. Yes, the was the edge of us, so I know you don't see me. It's ya, oh man, it's not me. If I offer it, why
Yeah, that would be dope to walk out on some Roger Troutman and some Zap. It's not in my repertoire. Where's this music playing from? Wow, it's showing the wrong image for this song. Yeah, it's not in my repertoire right now. But I do have a old school. You know, I recorded some songs from vinyl, and I was playing from that list. I had converted it to digital. So if we need another old school song, we'll do it with Earth song. We'll do this for the Earth, and we'll go out on this. Yeah, we'll go out on this one. Trust me, this one will be just as good. We'll go out on a spiritual tip.
Son, how can I thank you? You warm my heart and soul. You've made my body brown and smooth, washed away the cold. Moon, you've made a dreamer out of me. I can see, and I think I can feel it when you change your face. Forgive me if I turn away, I'm just a sleeper. I know that you watch my dreams, you're my heavenly keeper. Heavenly keeper. Heavenly keeper. Just a sleeper. Heavenly keeper. Stars, what a mystical woman that you made me. I've seen of times before the human race. As long as I'm breathing, as long as I can move, I'll be strong, 'cause I know you've always been in that place. Please forgive me if I turn away, I'm just a sleeper. I know that you watch my dreams, you're my heavenly keeper. Heavenly keeper. Heavenly keeper. Just a sleeper. Heavenly keeper. Forever, never, 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 never. Never, 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 never.
His Lordship, giving you more soul than you asked for. Thank you for checking out the show. Catch you guys later on. Peace and hair grease. All right. Peace out.